have this as session 77. So previously in Eridon, after some final planning and preparation, the Forsaken Winds began their infiltration of the Durastian estate dinner held in Olandris on the final day of Eridon's calendar year. Disguised as Thane Gaspard and various attendants, you were welcomed by Knight Captain Landry and Claw of the Court Nazim and given a small, modest room in the keep. Rome facilitated an invasion of vermin into the keep through the cellars, who then helped her successfully poison the dinner soup and a high-quality cut of meat, though sacrificing many rodent lives in the process. Roulette snooped around the upper floor of the keep, breaking into the curator of import and exports, Mauristerna's room, and grabbing some papers there, before finding the Count and Contessa's room. So far, did not enter that room. And then the disguised Jiri, Telperion, and Toby Rama engaged in various social pleasantries right before dinner, scouting, eavesdropping, entering conversations, before Contessa May arrived, announcing the approach of Talon Coda Nevere. She led you to the keep's front central balcony to witness the Talon ride into the city on a black wyvern before approaching the keep from afar. And to many of the attendants' surprise on the balcony, it appears that Contessa May had orchestrated an assassination attempt on the Talon's life as a bit of pre-dinner play that resulted in the immediate killing by the Talon of the final remaining country keeper rebels of this small city.
Crown keepers?
It was, I misspoke and said crown keepers last time, but 2 sessions ago, country keepers is the correct term.
Thank you.
You were then led to the central hall of the keep, where dinner will now be served. And as Thane and his attendants are seated directly next to Talon Coda himself, Roulette and Rome continue their snooping above. And I'd actually like to begin with our snoopers when we jump ship onto a new Zoom. Wait, there's a, how do you do that?
Your 3 dots over your,
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, dude, that's going to be great. Now I can just look at your beautiful faces and not mine.
Actually,
I don't like that. I don't like that. No, I need to see me.
I don't know how I'm doing.
Oh, no.
This is actually fantastic. I much prefer this.
That's kind of cool just to be able to, like,
yeah,
not focus on your own.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we will begin with our snoopers. Roulette and Rome, I believe you are both currently invisible. Upstairs in the upper floor, I think last we left off, you were back in the party's room in the keep after a bit of snooping, and you met back up with each other. Roulette, I believe there's a particular task you had next in mind.
After Rome had helped me identify 3 separate sources of that sulfurous smell, I will retreat to the room quickly, and I'll Rome, I think we got to use this time. I think we got to try and get in the Count and Contessa's room. And I think we just got to see what we can get, either information or goods or something. And I know you're in your rat form, so I'll continue talking. I'll go back out the window the way I just came back into that room. And as I'm going back around to the Count and Contessa's room, I'm going to take out 2 pieces of silver, like just 2 silver coins, whatever the smallest things I have. I'm going to put one in my pocket and I'm going to hand one to Rome as Ratmouth, uh, just out of character, explaining we're both invisible. We shouldn't talk too much. We shouldn't move too much, but carry this around, place it down wherever you are, pick it up and move it around the room. So in case we need to find each other, just look for the coin.
Rather clever.
And I will get back around to the Captain Contessa's window. Very first thing, before even touching, examining to see if it is trapped in any way, arcane or mundane.
Okay. As a reminder, since you are invisible and with your boots availing you of a flying speed, I'm not currently, no sound or sight is visible right now, and a light breeze wafting by is enough to disguise any minor scent that might be on you. So while that is the case, I'm not going to ask for a stealth check to avoid being noticed by the 2 wyverns on the roof of the keep as you are leaving windows and entering other windows. But as you get nearer to the Count and Contessa's room window, go ahead and make, and if you're specifically looking for arcane bits and bobs, go ahead and make an Arcana check. If you're specifically looking for sort of more mechanical means, make an investigation check.
They are magical people, so I am going to err on the side of magic, and I will make an Arcana check.
Okay.
I need something good. With a 16.
With a 16, you surveil the window real quick. It doesn't seem like any obvious tripwires, glyphs, things like that sort. However, the padlock that does keep this door closed does seem to be distinctly a sort of unique-looking iron material.
Did you say door?
I'm sorry, window.
Oh.
So this window is physically locked with a padlock that catches your arcane senses in that it does not seem to be normal metal.
And this is padlocked on the outside?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Is it Divinor?
You can make a nature check.
I mean, we could just take the lock and leave if we've got Divinor.
Very quickly, you determine that you don't think this is Divinor. Although it has a similar iron-like quality, there's a hint of like a reddish coloration to this metal, and it also gives you that faint scent of faintly sulfuric smell.
Take your time.
Steve, what did you say?
We're going to be caught immediately, and I don't want to be, but I also want to get in this room very badly.
I can't like communicate with you. I'm tempted to try and like squeeze under the door.
So knowing that she is a rat, do I spot any seams or anything through which I could squeeze a rat skull? Because the rest of the body should fit.
They can squeeze into very small spaces. They're like cats.
They can. Yeah, their bodies are very malleable. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
How do you guys know that?
No.
Unfortunately, personal experience at our home.
You don't spend researching rats?
You're about to.
Roulette, you are able to quickly determine that although this is padlocked so that simple vandals couldn't enter this room, it's simple wooden frame construction of these windows from a keep that's very old. There are chips and dents in the frame. So although there's currently not big enough holes for a rat to squeeze through, you might be able to quickly make some.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna see if I'm gonna take out. What do I have? I mean, I have Tinker's tools. I know I have Carpenter's tools.
Rats can hold their breath for 5 minutes. Bro, that's good for you to know now.
When I try to do things, I gotta know what they can actually do.
Oh no. I will take out the eyes of minute seeing, and I will try and find a corner of this spot. And I'm going to take out my carpenter's tools. He's watching a rat video now.
Amazing.
And that tail is gross. And I'm gonna just try and like carve away just enough to let Rat Rome get through.
Okay. I'll give you a sleight of hand check with advantage since you're using the Eyes of Minute Seeing to help you identify the best location.
25.
Damn. Very quickly, you identify where you think the wood is has the most wood rot and wear, and you're able to very quickly sort of chip away a small hole, and Rome can certainly fit into this very small portion of the window.
I am going to sneak out Rat Rome and position her by the hole.
Okay.
Yeah, squeeze through.
And I will. The last thing I will whisper is, if you need me in there for assistance or anything, toss the coin in the air. And I will send Rome and the silver coin, which is a children's book I'm going to write, into the Count and Contessa's room.
Okay. I will move you guys to this screen. And sometimes I like to move just individual players, but also I think that's maybe sometimes less fun. Everyone can get in on the action here. Roulette, I have you here, but you're just outside the window. Rome, you are able to slink into the room via this window here.
And I can see the entire room from where I am, right?
Yes, it's very, very dimly lit, but for some reason, you as a human do have dark vision, and you are able to see into the window of no candlelight visible in there. So it's very dark. Door closed that leads to, the balcony, or not the balcony, the upper level of this keep, and various windows and bookshelves around the room, as well as a chimney near to where you guys are entering.
Can I use my smell sense to perceive what may or may not be in this room?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and make a perception check with advantage.
Holy cow. Shape shifting for the win on this whole castle. See,
the natty.
Nat 20. I'll say I'm going to move you a little bit. You start sniffing your way around the room, and you get a distinctly sulfuric smell from the fireplace, as well as just the general sort of lived smell of this room that has been occupied for quite some time. And you get another sulfuric smell near this sort of mirror desk, which has loose papers splayed out onto it. With a nat 20, you also get a smell of a slight, this is weird, but adrenaline, the literal chemical that people give off in certain situations, can be sort of detected by animals. They can smell the pheromones in like a heightened tension moment. You get a whiff of adrenaline currently in this room.
Is there like a timestamp on that?
You think you might not be the only creature in this room right now.
Oh,
Ooh.
shit. Like when I move, like, is there like a, like as I move towards a particular point in the room, like that sense gets stronger?
It was a little stronger as you passed the bed.
Oh. Is this a demonic or evil presence, would you say?
Not able to tell, but the fact that it's a sort of pheromone given off makes you think it's probably some sort of natural mortal being, something you've encountered before, not like an extraplanar entity that you might be less familiar with.
Okay, and does it like smell like a human or like what? Like if I can smell the adrenaline that's coming off of this being, I would assume that I'd be able to like maybe know what type of creature this thing is.
I'm gonna say even with the nat 20, you're not able to identify sort of a racial or species trait of this potential creature.
And is this creature moving in any way? Like, do I hear anything?
You do not hear a thing. If they are here, they are currently not visible and not moving.
I feel like Twin Elms music would be more appropriate for this.
Think?
It just doesn't seem this high stakes as the music.
I feel like this is really high stakes.
Oh, it is. That music was perfect.
It's my adrenaline you're smelling.
Oh my god.
You hear the chattering of nails against teeth as Robert's outside the window.
Can I get closer to the bed?
Yeah. Go ahead and make a stealth check. With the rat's dexterity.
Does this work? Do boots work? I don't know how. There's so many different shape.
No, with wild shape, you're allowed to have things still adorn your form, but the boots, cloak, those types of things are still too big, so they have to sort of meld into Rome's form, unless it was like a ring that her little paw could still have on it.
Advantage from invisibility.
Oh.
Yes. Yes. Go ahead and take advantage from invisibility.
Good call.
What does that plus anything? Or is that...
Dexterity is a flat roll for the rat.
Oh, I see.
Take a look at something real quick.
Look up the monster's passive perception.
That is what I did. You may continue. What are you doing in this room?
What am I continuing to do?
Yep.
So I moved closer to the bed. Nothing happened?
Not necessarily.
Okay, can I continue to use my smell sense as I move closer and closer to the bed? Like, can I maybe like climb up like the railing of the foot of the bed?
Sure. I'll give you one more perception check with advantage again. I'll say if you can beat a 20. Yeah, okay, very nice. You distinctly get the sense that it faded as you climbed up a wooden pole of the balcony, and it got stronger toward the ground. You think where the bed's canopy, or not canopy, the bed's comforter drapes sort of hang down to floor level and shroud whatever's under the bed. You think there is something under the bed, giving off that scent.
Should I look under the bed? I don't want to look under the bed. I'm gonna peek under the just ever so slightly. My nose is just gonna go underneath the canopy of the bottom of the bed, because I'm assuming that it's covered, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I want to peek in, but ever so slightly. I'm not gonna pop my whole head in there.
Okay. It is very dark under there. Does the rat have dark vision?
Yes.
The rat
seems like Steve maybe.
I don't see dark vision. Oh yeah, it does. It does have dark vision.
It does. Yeah.
Very nice. You peek your little head under there, and although there's very little light able to get under this bed frame, even the small amount of refracted light that hits off the wooden floor from the starting to be moonlit night outside, you get the faintest shimmer of two circular goggles of a dead-eye individual, leather clad in black, just sitting below the bed, moving their head to each side, seeing you as the rat, and you can't see facial expressions through their mask. But I'll give you an insight check.
Are they seeing him as the rat? Her. She's.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, but the canopy peaked up its little thing, and that was their passive perception did clock that. Okay. You see a dead eye hiding under the bed, looking around, or just like preparing their notice, trying to listen or perceive. And they see the little bit of canopy cover do this. You see them look in your direction, but you know you're invisible. But they don't make a move.
Oh, scary. It was a demon.
Okay, I'm out of there. I'm gonna go back to the window crack towards Roulette. I'm not gonna provoke whatever's under the bed.
This entire time I've been keeping my hand like by the hole because I'm assuming I cannot see her the entire time. I don't see a coin being thrown, so I'm just waiting really for a rat to crawl into my hand.
Sounds good. Rome, if you wish, you can make your way back to the window and back into Roulette's hand on the outside of the window.
Okay, I like indicate through squeaking that we need to go back to the bedroom or like the closet or wherever.
like our safety essentially.
Yeah.
Okay. I from my the door it opens in, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay. I can't communicate with Rome anymore.
You can talk to her. She
and
can
I'm assuming I will, I'm just going to start making my way back around towards our room.
Okay. I will offer you one perception check as you leave this space.
I was looking at 20.
Okay.
And
you are able to leave that area of the window and make it back to your room.
Perfect. Clock in my head. How much time do I have left on our invisibility? Because I think we did it at the same time.
Mm-hmm. With your previous exploration and then this effort, I would say it's an hour duration, yes?
Yeah.
I would say you probably have about 20 minutes left.
Okay. I will get back in and I'll go to that same spot, just like in the middle of the hall, so I can see into the spot.
Okay.
Keeping an eye on the Contessa's door as well as the main hall. And I'll just sit there until we're at T-minus like 5 minutes, and then I will head back to the closet.
Go ahead and make an investigation check. As you are back out in the main hallway, you can see the Durastian knights at each end of the hallway, but you're still invisible, and you get low, keep an eye to the door. I will make a roll. Actually, I'm going to use their passive. You don't hear anything, but you do think you see a shadow move under the sliver of door frame.
Okay. And I'll stay there with Rome until T-minus 4 or 5 minutes, and then
Okay. You are able to get back safely into your room for now. I'd like us to then move to the dinner attendees for a little bit. And you can enjoy the different playlist, the estate dinner set list, as the flute and lute player are playing their songs as the dinner begins and commences. You, Jiri as Thane, Telperion as one of the attendants, and Tobirama. Yes, Steve?
final thing, because I know I have line of sight. Oh, I'm still too far from him. Never mind, I can't do it.
Okay. Yeah, to get telepathic connection, you're going to have to enter this great hall. But as our disguised dinner attendees are escorted with the rest of the dinner party to your seats, yours in particular, shown here on the map below, right next to the Talon, buffet-style offerings of cured meats and cheeses and breads and fresh butter are already set throughout the middle of the table as appetizers, and wines and meads have been placed at every seat with seemingly no water in sight, interestingly. Is there anything immediately you guys are doing as you begin to be seated?
Is the Talon in the room yet?
Yes, the Talon seems to be approaching from behind. He entered through the keep as you guys are all being shepherded into this hall. He, 2 knights, and a single attendant walk in with him and proceed into this space, moving to his position here as shown on the map after you all are beginning to be seated.
And then Contessa May and Count Lee are on the far side of the table from us. Is that like, would we have to raise our voice to be heard by them? Like, can I hear what they're saying? Or is there so much battle between?
In this current moment, very minor hushed conversation taking place between various guests. You think a slightly elevated voice would be able to reach that end of the hall. You don't need to shout by any means.
I'm just trying to gauge like the
Sure.
conversation, overhearing that what we can say, blah blah.
Yeah, as general dinner conversation kicks up later, it might alter that slightly, but probably not majorly. But anything you guys are paying attention to, taking notice of as you guys are seated, or are you more waiting for the proceedings to take place?
I want to take note of who is taking note of us. So I want to like look around.
Sure. I'll have you make an insight check.
All right. I'm good at these. Yikes. 9.
With a 9, you see that right now there's sort of a surprisingly, comparatively to how vibrant discussion that was taking place in the parlor space beforehand, things seem particularly quiet right now. People pretty dutifully shuffling to their spots where they're directed, and you don't notice anyone right now taking particular notice of you.
Okay, I will follow suit and keep my mouth shut and just move with the crowd.
Okay.
I have 3 things going on. They're pretty small. A, the people next to me, that aren't named, do they just seem like, oh, there's an NPC face? Like, they're just random people to me.
I have purposefully only highlighted, there is a name on my screen, there's a name for all these people, only highlighted names of people you have learned their name, position, type dealings from.
Okay.
Due to your efforts in the parlor room. You can certainly begin to strike up conversation with people to gain more knowledge and perhaps more insight into other people's lives, maybe. But
the last thing I want to do, I will want to talk to them, but like maybe wait a minute or two. I just want to see like, what is the Talon looking at, doing? Who is he talking to?
As the Talon arrives and takes his seat, he unhooks his sheathed sword and hands it to his attendant that followed him into the space, who holds that here. Otherwise, he himself, and I will blow him up here, very difficult to see on the screen when I blow him up in this way because the Vanta Black blade fades so fully into the background, as well as his pauldron. His pauldron is a single pauldron on one shoulder in the shape of a dragon's skull that is identical in material to that Vanta Black metal. Identifying him as a Talon, as you've seen the Arc Knight wore one of these, as well as Vitrio wore one of these.
Okay. I have one last question, and this is something that hasn't been relevant to Mike Jacoby's mind until now, but Telpiri would have totally done this. What is a town in Durast? I just need a town. I need like an alibi, like where my character's from.
Sure.
So, like,
well, one opportunity might be Toby Rama hails from his hometown of Cliffshade.
Okay.
Another town is the capital of Durast, Daynor. So those are the 2 that might strike your mind
and
first.
Then one other would maybe be Septilis, which is the kind of sister city where they launched the initial invasion from.
Correct.
They like crossed
There's Ostennis, and directly across the river is Septilis, which is technically in the very bottom half of Durast.
Oh, yeah, I like that. Whatever. Cool.
Perfect. Um, I'll wait for that. I'll wait to ask that. How about you, Toby Rama? Anything you're paying particular attention to?
I might want to, for a little bit, try and actively listen. I want to kind of seem like I'm engaged with our side of the table, but I want to really actively listen and try and pick out mainly names, stations, and then anything that seems like it's referencing, oh, the Thane, what's, if people are talking about it, which I'm kind of expecting might not happen for a bit, with the Talon being at the forefront of attention. But
go ahead and make a general perception check, and I will ask before you try and make this with advantage.
Sure.
Can the three of you please carefully describe what you're currently looking like? You're obviously not wearing backpacks full of gear.
Sure.
So like give me a description, and probably not outfitted like a knight would be if you're attending this dinner party. So just describe for me what you are looking like and bringing to this dinner.
I think we would have tried to make it look like we tried to clean up our outfits as much as we could, so still like in uniform, but in terms of like weaponry, did it seem like, were we allowed to carry weapons in? I don't know that we ever talked about that, because
no one has tried to, if you did, no one has tried to seemingly retrieve those from you, but no one else here has any weapons in sight.
Sure.
Outside of the knights that occupy this place.
That's all right. I think I would have left. I think I would have taken my shield off and placed it on like the back of my chair, or like leaning against the leg of the chair.
Okay. How about your bow? That seems like another large, obtrusive thing that should get resolved now rather than later.
Yeah. Could the seeming have disguised the bow to make it look like a more mundane bow? I think
I would say sure, but it will still be visible, certainly.
So I'll have it unstrung and set down on the floor in a similar manner, leaning up against my chair.
Okay.
As, you know, if people ask me, I can be like, oh, I haven't gotten to a barrack or anything to actually stow my equipment yet.
Okay, fair enough. How about you, Telpiran and Jiri?
I think I'm correct in thinking that the seaming, I could stay in my mithril armor, but the seaming could make me look like, I'm trying to look like most generic leathers, maybe like half plate, like half, and I know I'm a woman. I think you probably had red hair. Did your disguise have red hair?
It was like slightly different hair. I forget what it was.
Okay.
It was still red.
Sandy, dark brown hair.
Yeah.
Or sandy light brown hair. And then I would have tried to get away with this, is everything about all of my weapons and stuff are in my quiver, and I would have described to Jiri, like, make the quiver look like the most mundane little like tiny little messenger bag. Like I could hold a letter or something, like just something really mundane at my hip, and then just like I'll have the elvish cloak on, but like I'll have had Jiri try to make it look like it's the one garment I have that like it's not elvish cloak, right? Like maybe it's like a little understated in its redness, and it's just like the one, like I tried to scrounge up one thing that wouldn't look ugly for this like estate dinner. So I've tried to but I am very much playing as like I'm kind of a soldier who doesn't know how I got here, and I am very uncomfortable.
Yes.
Okay. And Jiri, obviously looking like the Thane, but
yep. I think unlike the other two, I think I'd look a little bit more like put together. Like I've spent more time like either bathing or using magic to at least mask the dirt and grime from traveling. I would have a different outfit than I showed up to the gates with. So something a little bit nicer, something that would fit in with kind of more nobility clothing. And then I think I'm wearing the brooch, right? I'm wearing the or whatever it's called, the necklace. Is that correct?
Hmm.
I don't think anybody's in it though, right?
Yeah, who did have that last?
Roulette did.
I know I was going to take it, and then I did not take it. So one of the three of you has it. Because I was going to originally have someone in it, but then that plan did not work, or I wanted Rome out.
I think if we were taking it into the dinner, we would have put it on Defane, just
Yeah.
to like, if anyone's gonna have a magical item, it'd be him, and so let him be wearing it.
Okay.
I'll be wearing that. My sword is desummoned though, because usually Jiri wears it in his sheath. Sheath is left behind, or probably stored in the bag of holding.
Okay.
We didn't really leave anything behind in the rooms. But the sword, yeah, my sword is desummoned now.
Okay.
And
Sounds good.
that's about it. Yeah, just looking nicer.
Yeah, I think that definitely helps me get a better sense of what weapons do you have or nearly have or not have on you.
I'm still wearing my normal
Sure. Puffy
Jiri
armor, coat.
puffy
Yeah.
armor. Yep.
Yep.
Overcoat. It's just been illusioned into something more regal.
I also think I would have left a Durastian shitty dagger on my hip. Like, I feel like we probably have plenty of those, like from all the Durastians we've been slaughtering. So just like the shittiest dagger, but like I think the act Topir is going with is like this person doesn't know if they should have given up that dagger. So like maybe that'll be a distraction if someone did look at her.
Yep. Okay. Well, as you are all seated here tonight, quickly the Contessa takes her place and stands at the end of the table at the far side and welcomes the Talon, greeting him, welcoming him to their hall, asking him if he had any difficulties in his arrival. And the Talon, seated, simply hands folded, somewhat like this, looking directly at her, says, "There were no difficulties in my arrival, other than the few individuals I was forced to slay mere moments ago. Yours, I imagine?" "Simply an effective way to rid the city of its final rebel pests. I knew you could handle them far swifter than I." "In any regard, I thank you for the hospitality. Let us spend at least a few moments enjoying the feast and company before us, before soiling it with business." "I couldn't agree more. Servants will be arriving soon with our first course. Please, everyone, do enjoy each other's company." And quickly, the dinner party starts to awkwardly stumble back into conversation, with the murmur of voices starting to rise to fill the chamber, though there is still a distinct tension in the atmosphere, highlighted by the single empty chair toward that end of the table, which was set for Commander Gauthier's dinner guest, who is no longer able to join after the antics on the balcony. But people begin to reach for breads and cheeses and wines and meads and start awkwardly breaking the ice into conversation. Are you guys quick to make your own conversations, or do you let other people engage you?
One more thing I forgot for our equipment. Did we decide we were going to bring double rug as gift? Did somebody carry that? Because that was one thing that Jury had wanted you guys to take into, and he wouldn't be carrying it. He would have given it to either of you.
Yeah, and maybe I would have taken it and tried to lean it up against one of the pillars here.
I'll say one of the knights in that vicinity could have taken it from you and probably would have moved it a little further off the side with how large it is. So I will go ahead and place our shag stallion friend rolled up as a rug over here on the map.
Amazing.
Okay. But yeah, as conversations begins to be struck up by various individuals, do you want to engage or have others engage with you? How are you playing out this situation where you are sitting directly across from seemingly somewhat of import, the claw of the court, Nazim Dren, as well as right next to the Talon himself?
Where's the guy that I know that I've been talking to?
You were talking to Mal Rasterna, curator of imports and exports, who also seems to be located fairly near to your location.
I'm gonna try to get Mao to like do some talking to like start up a conversation and just prompt him to continue his story about poor old Alfie and his mithril wires that were captured.
Cool. Go ahead and make a general. Now, you are disguised. I do think your actor feature should matter here. So go ahead and make a performance check with advantage, just to sort of represent your general likability and charisma in this endeavor. Okay. At first, it's a little like pulling teeth as people start to like broach conversation and overlook the fact that someone here was just killed minutes ago up on the balconies. But you engage Mauristerna, and he will respond to you that, oh yes, the construct, it was unique that it was brought from Colony 5. I didn't know they would employ such, frankly, advanced mechanisms in their defense. The Maker now works to reverse engineer the machine, see how it might assist our troops to bolster our Stennis' defenses at the capital. But I assumed some of the survivors at the surprising situation at Colony 5 must have been following your orders in bringing it here, but if you were indisposed, perhaps they acted of their own accord. My position has only benefited from the experience.
Yes. There were many interesting things we discovered in Colony 5. And that was just one of them. We have much more. It seems as though there were some enemies of ours that were testing out some advanced weaponry by Colony 5. But, not the type of conversation for this atmosphere at the moment. Tell me more.
Nazim immediately joins the conversation directly next to Mao and says, "Oh, I disagree, Gaspard. I fear I must ask, you must regale us with the tale of how you managed to survive the situation at Colony 5. The few survivors that scrambled here at the Deadeye's side reported that savage elves and disgruntled townsfolk were able to cause such destruction that they even detonated the crates of weird fire we provided."
Not just that, but I'll...
Mind anyone? Oh.
I love your self-control face, Steve, when you're like, I know what it is.
Oh, when
I'm not there or interacting with the situation. Like,
when I know that there's a Deadeye under the bed and I can't say anything to Ro. Yeah, that was my immediate first thought. I was like, okay, well, this is gonna go one of two ways.
Before this happens, because I feel like this is a really interesting conversation, can I just ask a really, I want to do my little boring part before we go into the Jiri explanation.
Sure.
As in, I just want to like I just want to try to get the names of the people around me. And the air I'm gonna present is like, I'll say something to the effect of like, I don't really think I have anything to interest you in conversation, but I'm curious to know your names just to see who I'm by, so I have more context for what they're talking.
Go ahead and make a performance check.
Oh, and I get my loot out and I use that. Ooh, 18.
18's very good. You quickly establish a sort of at least surface level rapport with 3 of these NPCs here that I'll name now. As these are all several of the +1s seated at these tables of Captain Landry seemingly brought his wife, Giselle, as well as the person Mao seemed to invite was a lady named Muriel, and the man that is escorting the more positioned of authority man next to him is Lori.
Okay, so Muriel.
The +1.
Is Mao's wife?
Muriel is Mao's wife.
And Lori came with a dude?
Yes.
Is a dude?
Mm-hmm.
And did I hear any names from across the table, or have I started hearing anything as conversation starts?
Yeah, go ahead. I forgot we resolved the equipment thing, but not that question. Yeah, go ahead and make your perception check.
Okay, I'm just gonna roll a d20. Actually, no, that's super easy to do. I just
Real heteronormative
shield.
couples we got here.
Uncheck the
I
shield.
noticed that.
That goes away, which brings my passive perception down to 24. Oh no.
That's a yikes. And you beat it by 1 with your active. I will say you quickly learn as the Contessa and Count welcome and as they are seated, Lady Muriel of Olandris, seemingly some woman of import, as well as Governess Sildra Mori, seated here. So you get a couple more notable names, but there's still some +1s that are not named yet, as well as this person right here seems to be somewhat of authoritative position, but you don't know their name yet. And then there's Balan, who is seated here, not too far from you guys, and who immediately has less shame than anyone else, and just begins boisterous conversation with whoever will put up with it. But Nazim has certainly addressed you, Thane Gaspard, asking, yeah, please describe for us what happened. How the hell did you let savage elves and disgruntled townsfolk destroy our crates of weird fire?
Not only that, but they also somehow managed to get our bugbear allies to rebel. We should have never trusted that filth.
I couldn't agree more. I think that was a foolish decision in the first place to rely on such unreliable muscle. Can never keep those savages in line. We've never had any reason to negotiate with them before. I don't understand why you suspected now would be the time. I must also remind you that this post was occupied for no strategic value and rather out of formality after the Arc Knight took it for Durast. It strains belief that such a simple town could have given you so much trouble.
Yes. It seems as though this Colony 5 might have more value to our enemy than we were aware of.
In what way do you mean, Thane?
They fought rather hard to get it back, spending lots of resources in sending many troops, and many interesting weapons were revealed.
Interesting. Enemies of what kind, might I ask?
Like you said, elves and other stranger creatures joined them. It's all part of my tale.
Gives you kind of a smirk a little bit, just of allowing your tale to wash over him, but just a sort of discerning eye. Well, I'm sure the details will certainly need to be relayed to your prior employer. I imagine she might take interest in personally determining whether to reassign you there or somewhere else.
I believe the information that I have received and the weapon that I have gained from Colony 5 will most likely grant me a position of higher importance.
How about you, Sir Talon? Would you like to hear these whatever valuable intel the Thane has been able to acquire? The Thane just simply grabs a piece of bread and just rips off a piece and starts to chew. I've been living off nothing but field scraps for a few days. Let me enjoy my meal. Very well. I apologize. I simply cannot wait to hear what the Thane has to offer us. And then you see Nazim sort of sit back, begin some minor conversation with Mao at his side, and begin to leave you alone for the time being. You also generally hear just other discussions going on throughout the table. Is there anything you guys are interested in doing throughout the dinner process?
I'll ping Jiri. Jiri, I don't know that Kota likes talking about politics from how he's the few comments he's made. Maybe you could get him talking about something he likes talking about.
Which is?
To know, you could ask. You're charming. Thane would be wheedling there.
Well, he said he wanted to be left alone, so.
How often do you get to sit next to a talent? If you can annoy him, but maybe get him talking. I want to annoy him. Doesn't have to chop off your head because he's annoyed.
All right, so I'll give the Talon a little bit of time, and when he seems like he's kind of eaten a little bit, or at least, consumed some amount of food, if there's ever a pause in his eating, I'll try to spark up conversation with him and ask him about the war efforts in what's that city? Athros, yes.
You identify a sort of lull in his eating, and you seize the chance. Right as you begin to engage him in conversation, Contessa says, "Fantastic, here they are now." And a series of servants from the kitchens begin to bring out bowls of soup, and they place them at every single seat. And the Talon regards your question, Jiri. Well, I continue to manage the forces in command from Mersenia to Athros' west. Talon Vitria occasionally moves between her post in Ostenis and commanding the siege effort from the north. Olandris has, so far, performed admirably in their supply lines from the east in cutting off any potential for retreat from the city. The Arknights' whereabouts are attributed to rumors only, and Talon Moira continues to hole up in the capital, while the rest of us are on the front lines.
Tell me, any news of Moira and her work as of late?
Go ahead and make an insight check.
I'm so good at these.
I actually was going to ask if I could do one.
I was gonna,
Yeah.
I mean,
what do you guys have in mind? Feel free to cut me off and stuff to get insight on specific beats of conversation. In general, insight is not a skill where I'm ever gonna just give you passive insight. I'm gonna reward your sort of interaction for it. So
I think it's. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Okay.
I'm specifically trying to be very timid, like checking with the Thane to make sure I'm not doing anything wrong, and behind that, trying to just be gauging everyone else's demeanor and try and see if questions ping people badly or pique their interest, etc.
And when the Thane asks this, I feel like it would be like very soon after hearing Moira, right? Like that's definitely like a person where you can tell he's like interested in finding out more from her, since we know that there is a past between the two of them.
For sure. So you've rolled insight. Toby and Telperion, was there a specific beat you wanted to?
Yeah, when he said that she's been safe in the capital, I'm just wondering if he's resenting her for that, and then I think Jiri's next question will allow for more emotion to come through, but I can roll a check now.
For sure. Yeah, both of you give me an insight check, because Toby Rama, you are also doing the same, so go ahead and roll insight as well.
11.
Okay.
Plus 0 to insight, so gross.
Telperion, I'll say with an 11, no more information other than your instinct in your question of a little bit of bitterness, maybe, or disgruntledness. Could be the case, maybe. Toby Rama, in your insight in this general atmosphere, you gain a piece of information that the Thane was looking for earlier. Claw of the Court Nazim has been paying particular attention to the Thane, and briefly you and Telperion as well, but mostly dismissively. But then you do catch a couple extra looks in you and Telperion's direction. And I will offer you a single perception check.
It is perception, not insight, right?
Yes, correct. This one is
Oh.
perception, yeah.
It's the same.
You can use your just whatever your
Bonus, yeah.
modifier is. So if it's the same,
Yes.
yeah, I don't know what your thing is, but you rolled really high. Nazim, who seemingly has been very sort of borderline aggressive in sort of pressuring the Thane Gaspard's story, has sort of seemingly given up that pursuit for now and is just taking a very keen eye on the table. And you catch the faintest shimmer, a slight gold reflection in his eyes, very briefly, indicating some sort of likely active effect he has going on. And he has seemingly become quiet for this portion of the dinner. And everyone begins to enjoy their soups. Simple spoonfuls, putting them to their lips, and over the course of 10 minutes or so, people begin to work through those soups. No immediate effect at this time.
Kobe, I'm just going to ask, do you telepath that to me? I don't want you to forget me.
I was letting that finish. I think I would try and get your foot under the table.
You have telepathy with me.
I understand.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I think I would try and get your foot under the table, and then while not, I'll try and see if you look at me out of my peripheral and not look at you directly. Give a quick little head shake when I feel like the claw isn't paying attention to me. Trying to signal something to you. And it's notably without me trying to telepath to you.
Okay. As you guys are sussing out the situation, Telperion, your insight of the Talon, his response to you of what is her research, and he responds to you with, "In time, Thane." Very curt, dismissive, but you get the sense that he might be intentionally waiting to divulge information on that very topic.
I apologize for my haste. My research that I've been doing at Colony 5 has not been successful as of late, until very, very recently. But for another time, yes, indeed.
And I will shift conversation to, or like shift my focus elsewhere on the conversation, maybe turning back to Mao and who's that other guy? The Claw.
Okay. Okay. Well, as dinner continues, I'd like to shift focus back to Rome and Roulette upstairs for a moment. As I find my song.
You can leave this one on. We can hear them.
That's true. That's true. You certainly can. I'll just give us a vibe, background picture, even though you guys are upstairs. Roulette and Rome, you get back to your room after a few more minutes. The invisibility from both of you wears off, and you are left now visible in your enclosed room. Door still open, or is it closed at this time?
I would have not touched the door, so it would have remained open, and I would have retreated us back to the inside of the closet.
Okay.
So it's just Roulette and a rat in the closet, now visible. Do I know? Does Roulette know how long a poison like that would take to? Because I'm assuming that our invisibility wears off 45 minutes into dinner, just as the soup is getting there and as they start to eat or drink the soup. Do I know how long it would take a poison like that to take effect, knowing that it got added to the soup?
Go ahead and make a medicine check.
Ooh. Nope.
What you do remember is that Telperion, I believe, specifically brewed those poisons originally with the intent of 6 poisons for 6 individuals. Then the decision was made to poison the general stew or soup. So you think at a very minimum probably had a sort of I forget the word, but less potent effect,
Diluted.
but distributed to more. Yes, dilution was the word I was thinking of. You guess this effect might be diluted, but you're not sure to what degree or what that might imply or change. But are you two doing anything in your room currently?
Mostly just talking out loud to Rome in yes or no questions or numerical answers. Just stating facts. Rome is now visible again. If we want to get invisible rat Rome, she has to detransform, invisibility, retransform. Roulette's thinking about resources, probably doesn't want to do that.
I'd like to ask you.
You need to learn some language, yeah.
I'd like to ask you, Roulette, to please make a single stealth check.
Sure.
You do not have advantage on this currently. Okay.
15.
I am going to make a roll for something. Let me make sure I have that right. Okay. After a few moments of hiding in the closet and discussing hushed with Rome, you hear a faint rattle at your window, your room's window. Do you peek your head out of the closet to see what it might be from?
Could I like look under the door?
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead and make a perception check. I'll say the perception check, if you just walked out, you could just see the case, but perception will be able to see it without being seen. You peek your little head around the corner of the closet, and you see a Deadeye crouched at your window, inspecting what seems to be a groove of something worn at the window's opening. And with a little careful prying, almost silently slips into your room.
I run up to Roulette, like up her pant leg and like pointing like at the door with my little rat hand. Like on her clothes.
I'm gonna stow Rome in my pocket, remembering that I cannot also turn her invisible. And that's a great question. What am I doing? I am just gonna try and be as quiet as possible in this closet for the moment.
Okay.
Quick question. We're in some sort of like college dorm size bureau.
Yeah. Yeah.
Correctly. Inside of the doors, is it just flat wood?
For suspense reasons, I'll say it's pure horror story slats in the wood where you can like barely see a person moving. But still
sure.
wooden construction.
Sure. Desperately looking for non-verbal spells, but I think all of my spells are verbal. We're in the closet.
Of what?
Our bedroom, and there's a Deadeye in the room with us, and I am just going to
Deadeye came in.
I am going to stay as quiet as possible in there.
This is based on sound right now. Roulette and Rome, please make each a stealth check, combated by the Deadeye's perception.
Looked like a 14. How is it a 2?
The rat, Rome, is completely silent. But Roulette, as the Deadeye moves throughout the room and looks toward the closet, you instinctively, your breath catches for just a moment. Very quickly, didn't mean to pause that. Very quickly, the Deadeye moves toward the closet, throws the door open, and I'd like you all to please roll initiative.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
And I recognize that you guys won't be able to click on your token first, which
Yeah,
is totally
I was about
fine.
to say it.
I don't know. When you nat 1 in initiative, does the mod matter? Because usually
Yes,
mod doesn't
yeah,
matter.
I think so, yeah. I think we've actually made a call that, like, if you nat 20 or nat 1 in initiative, your first thing is advantage or disadvantage or something.
I had
like
thrown that suggestion out there like very, very early on, but we never did that. So
I'm realizing I can't even add things to initiative right now, but that's okay. We're gonna go in the order.
So can I?
Roulette, what was your initiative here? 4?
Mine was a 4, yeah.
Okay, and Rome's was a 16. Okay, were you asking something, Roulette, before we get into this?
I look like I
was gonna ask that, yeah.
I know I look like another Durastian attendant. I forget if I did Durastian Knight or if I did Durastian Attendant.
I personally think you went in a knight direction, but you can let me know.
I do think I was a knight. I do think I was as a knight.
Okay. Well, the door has been thrown open. Rome, you are an invisible rat on the ground next to, or not invisible. You are a rat on the ground next to Roulette, and a Deadeye has just thrown open the closet door. What do you do first, as you are the quickest to act?
I will bite him with my bite attack.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Okay, that's just a straight D20.
Yeah. You run up to the Deadeye's ankle, scampering up their leg a little bit to bite, and they quickly shake you off. What are you doing next?
Okay, so that did nothing.
So far.
So I can't de-transform, right?
I believe that requires your action.
Yeah.
I see
all right.
action from what I'm looking at.
It might be bonus action to de-transform.
Yeah. Okay, then, yeah, I don't see where it says de-transform if it would take. To de-transform, it's a bonus action?
That's what
maybe
the player's handbook says.
Yeah, look up your wild shape feature and just confirm that, but yes, it might be.
I believe, yeah, it is a bonus action to de-transform.
Do we want to fight him?
I mean, we might be. I think we're gonna be fighting him. I'm gonna use my bonus action to de-transform, and then I'm just gonna ready myself like in the bedroom, if possible.
Okay. As you try to move away from the Deadeye, they will take an attack of opportunity against you as you, from a rat, become this earthland dryad-esque creature.
She becomes a Durastian.
Oh, that's right. But still a shapeshifter, but looks like some version of a Durastian who was affected by the seeming spell. Swipes in your direction with a dagger attack. which I'll roll here actually. $28 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
You take 7 points of damage, and I need you to please make a Constitution saving throw.
Fusion.
Okay. As the dagger slashes you slightly, you do feel it sting, but moments after, you feel what the dagger was coated with, and the poison starts to seep into your system, and your body begins to lock up, and you are currently poisoned, and while poisoned, paralyzed.
Okay, wait a second. I have I'm immune to poison. My nature's ward gives me immunity to poison and disease.
Wow. Is that a druid feature? I'm just not familiar with that. Nature's
It's
ward?
nature's ward, yeah.
Wow.
That's clutch as shit.
That is super cool. Not that I'm disbelieving you at all. I just want to read the language on it.
It says you can't be charmed or frightened by elementals or fae, and you are immune to poison and disease.
Wow.
What level was that? You get it.
I don't know when I get that.
Looks like maybe I'm not sure what
Oh,
that is, but I think it's 10th level.
Oh, so it's
Yeah,
new.
10th
Got
level.
it.
You feel the shock of poison, but you are able to battle past it very quickly as it does not affect your form. And then the Deadeye turns away from you on its turn, moves up to Roulette in the form of a Durastian, holds up the same dagger to your throat, and says, "Who are you, and why are you breaking in here?" Or rather, why did you break into the Count and Contessa's room earlier?
Wait, is he talking to? He's talking to me.
No,
No,
Roulette.
he's talking to Roulette. Okay.
And see the rest of their turn. Roulette, it is your turn. She will also just continue to speak quickly and say, "Your friend may have avoided it, but I can dismantle her. A dose of this poison will put you out."
I am going to bonus action use Daunting Roar, but in the most subdued way possible. And I'm going to like stand up, like not like forcing him out of my way, but I'm going to like just try and portray an air of confidence and say, you think it was just those 2 attendants down there that got the thing here? We're protecting it. Apologies for not sending advance notice.
Is that a whiz save?
I'm intending more not to frighten him, but to try and use that to portray confidence in a deception check.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm trying to.
Yeah, you're basically using a feature in a different way than written, which I want to encourage the creativity, but I do think it's going to get disadvantage. Go ahead and make a deception check with a disadvantage for utilizing this feature.
Do I get neutral if I'm in a Durastian Knight's garb?
Sure.
No, it's how good this will be.
And I'm going to make a check from them to combat this.
I will +4 preemptively, so I'm using one of the things. I am going. So I am going to use Flash of Genius, uh, uh, and like try and swat his blade away. And I'm going to use one of my points of inspiration to reroll that.
Okay.
Well,
You see the Deadeye pull you in close, their goggled eyes reflecting the moonlight from outside, just very eerie looking, seemingly studying your face. You're no Durastian. Looks behind her to Rome. Close the door if you want to live.
Okay, close the door. Yeah, I want to live.
I was up close and personal with the Deadeye in Force Hollow. Is this the same? Is this the same one? Can I tell?
I would say for free, you get the information that there was a Deadeye that approached Force Hollow in the attempt to take it back. You think that was the same Deadeye that escaped Force Hollow the first time. This seems like a different entity. Noticeably, that Deadeye was a man. There's a woman's voice coming from this Deadeye.
Do we have a picture of what the Deadeye looks like?
Yeah.
Just to refresh my memory.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Sexy.
Shrouded in black cloth and leathers, silver trim, and notably, because humans don't have dark vision, they seem to have magically enhanced goggle lenses that allow them to see in the dark. Something you gained intel of in your previous minor experience in Force Hollow.
At the line, "You're no Durastian," I will respond, and I will just go back to Roulette's voice, kind of ceding some territory to a yes to that statement. Yeah, we might not be Durastians, but a couple other folks in here who aren't exactly from this plane of existence either.
I know that voice.
Oh, fuck me.
Who are you, really? And pushes the dagger to your throat, and you can just feel its sharp blade along your neck. And should any more pressure be put, you know the poison on it will affect your bloodstream.
Do I recognize this voice?
Insight check.
You can make an insight check. What you got, Telperion? Were you raising your hand for a reason?
No, I'm stretching.
Okay. Above a 10 will let you recall. Your memory goes back quickly. And it sounds like the drow woman you all interacted with beneath Ostennis, the matron of the ebon-clad Thieves Guild and Dusk of the Queen.
I'm seeming right now. I can't drop seeming.
Correct.
And this person has a mask on and goggles.
Mm-hmm.
We fought with the matron in the throne room.
Alongside the matron to protect the queen, yes.
Yeah.
And the ballroom, not the throne room, but
Ballroom,
yes.
whatever it was. Yeah. Throne room is later when we go back there. I will put my hands up and I will say, if you'll allow me, and I'm going to show the tiny little ball that's on my hip of Moby 4. And I slowly, and I will reach for Moby 4 and I will put it in the palm of my hand. Maybe you'll recognize this guy. And I will have Moby 4 transform into what I have made him, which is a tiny version of Alfie. And I will just display tiny Alfie to this person to see if there's any reaction.
Their eyes regard it. I knew it. Pulls off her mask. And you see the drow woman named Kari. Beautiful elven features, slender pointed ears, cool gray purple skin tone, and prim soft white hair that falls awkwardly to her shoulder height, a bit matted from being contained in the mask. Her bright violet eyes regard you with intensity. If you are in truth Roulette, the one I fought beside long ago to save our queen, we need to have a conversation.
First things first, she's on our side.
And we will fade to the dinner.
You're such a piece of shit. I knew that you were gonna do a fade. I was like, there's no comment.
Got a point of inspiration out of me.
That was really stressful and really, really well executed.
Very nice job.
I had 3 spells ready to go to save myself and Oro.
I was looking through my spell list. I'm like, what do I do here?
Without making a huge racket.
Yeah, I'm like, I can't make a bunch of noise upstairs.
Yeah, I was definitely going to make sure the intimidating roar had some adverse effects, but the fact that you were channeling it in a different way to basically thaumaturgy buff your ability to affect a conversation rather than fear someone was very interesting and maybe something that could be developed in the future. Looks like we've got less than a minute. Do we want to hop ship on Zoom and then flip over to the dinner? Alrighty. Well, as we come back to the dinner, soups have been distributed and eaten, and conversation is being enjoyed by all, slowly thawing the awkwardness of the fact that one of the dinner attendees was murdered an hour ago. You're all able to continue this dinner, and soon, our main course is arriving. I believe we've accommodated what each of you requested, but do let us know if there's anything that doesn't suit your preference. And servers come out, setting plates of veal, lobster, salad greens that are mixed with some soft cheese crumbles and charred bacon bits. And I would like Rome to roll a single D6. 1 and 2 is the Countess. 3 and 4 is the Count. 5 and 6 is the Talon. For who the poisoned chunk of meat is delivered to.
I love that we don't have a plan for when this poison hits. It's just...
Chaos.
So that's the Count?
It would appear to be the Count.
That makes me thirsty.
Meals are set. You guys are able to begin this new course. And food tastes great if you're willing to indulge.
Wait, is this the soup that they poisoned?
The soup has already been served.
Magically protected from poison.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. Okay, I guess I ate it then.
I'm like really not eating anything. Like I'm like faking it a little bit and like dumping like Topirian and just like as a Topirian does not want to eat their food. That's
Wait,
like
you guys are protected from this.
I know,
Okay,
but Topirian does not want to eat the food of Drastians, and so I'm gonna be like trying to be with these ladies, being like, "Oh, I'm not that hungry," and just like I'm just
Giselle, the woman next to you, Telperion, will sort of in a hushed tone to you say, I'm not particularly hungry either, but they do take unkindly to us refusing their hospitality. You really should make sure to make it convincing.
I give her a little wink and a nod, and I keep up making it convincing and like
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, also not saying much.
Go ahead and make a sleight of hand check based. Yeah, just sleight of hand check.
Good.
Be pouring it on your lap.
Like a 9.
Okay.
I'm just I'm just trying to be shy and like not really hungry and like
sure.
be awkward by never having been in a room that's nice before. Okay. I do think at Toby though. Toby, I can tell you didn't want to think at me. I've never had any proof that anyone with magic means could detect this telepathy, and if we don't use it, I'm useless to you. So, did you notice anything? I don't really know what to do right now.
I want to be staring at the claw. Give that message a second. See if there's any shift in demeanor, recognition.
Not necessarily that you're seeing given to you specifically.
Okay. Then
Still sort of keeping quiet, observing the unfolding of events here at the table, listening intently to conversations.
Then I will think back. That claw is unbelievably untrustworthy of, it seems, everyone in this room. I saw him use some sort of magic. I think he's trying to detect something. I can't tell, and I was just worried that it was something to hear thoughts. So
I'll take back. I don't know why I didn't think about this, but if any mage casts detect magic, they'll know we're covered in illusions. So I don't know if we're making it out of this room without a fight, but I'm gonna wait for the right moment to detect thoughts and see if he's on that train. But I don't want to do it yet. I want someone else to be having a meaningful conversation before I do it.
Right.
Then I'll just kind of see it and go back to observing.
Well, a little bit into your meal, while you guys are able to continue eating, continue whatever discussions you want to have, Telperion and Toby Rama, you both feel a hand on your shoulder as an individual leans in to your conversation and says, "Pardon, I don't believe I've been awarded the honor of both of your names so gracefully attending the Thane's side this night." And as you guys both look up, it does appear that the Contessa has left her seat to come and check on various dinner guests. You're not the only ones, but you do seem to have her attention right now. And as her face sort of looms in toward between you, you still see the hood shrouding most of her facial features, only her lower jaw exposed.
I say, well, no one's ever accused me of doing anything gracefully. I'm Brigitte.
Oh, you're too much. And you, love?
Yes, I'm Thomas. The Thane has been quite eager to keep some attendants at his side until things go back to a somewhat normal semblance.
As he should, a man of his import. Well, it is delightful of you both to join us tonight. What a pleasant surprise it was to learn that the Thane would join us after all. And it seems that you are all making yourselves right at home in the dinner party. It does my heart joy. I do hope you'll keep him comfortable. I'd hate for him to feel out of place for his last day of the year. Do be dolls. And I would like both of you to please make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
You've got Indomitable. I've got a luck point I can use.
This me fail a wisdom save? Never. Do I have my ring of protection on? I think I do. So I have an 11, but
I will also specify that this is a charm effect.
Oh, fabulous.
Oh, I have advantage on those.
I rolled the same thing both times, but I will use Indomitable.
Okay. To reroll one more time.
Yeah. I really don't want to be charmed. God damn it. The 11 is what is standing right now. Unless I use an inspiration. I'm not going to use an inspiration.
Hobirama, as you will yourself past this effect, she senses your hesitation and says, "Of the year, darling, of the year. Nothing nefarious. Isn't that right, my love?" Looks at Telperion, and Telperion, you do feel this sense of adoration take over you for this woman. And you do regard her as an ally for the time being.
Okay.
Can I intuit this change in Telperion's demeanor?
Go ahead and make an insight check. I will say it uses her DC as the threshold.
Still have a luck point.
I probably rolled a 10, a 10, and a 9.
I've been rolling sub 10 this entire day.
17's good.
It is good, but I mean,
We're too trigger happy with rerolls.
I know. I will leave that as it is.
You do sense Telperion, out of character, relax and become a little more comfortable in this strange environment you all find yourselves in. And you do suspect your friend and ally has been compromised.
Okay.
Jiri, who are you talking with right now during this dinner?
Let's talk. The Claw's the one that's suspicious of us, correct? Claw
seems to be particularly. He seems to have been pressuring you earlier, but has relaxed since then. And now you've probably been able to have mostly pleasant conversation with mostly Mao across the table.
All right, I'll turn to Nazim and see, and I'll ask him, like, what news he has. And I'll say, Nazim, I've been away for so long. Tell me, what gossip, what news do you have that you'd be willing to share?
Gossip, as a mainstay of Darastian culture, is something we should never lose sight of. Exchanging tales and songs with allies from across the table to a jug of mead. These are fleeting moments that should always be prized dearly in our hearts. What can I offer you? Perhaps I might offer something to you, both you and the Talon. That I heard the Arknight was recently spotted checking in on the situation at Atheros just after the Talon's departure to come here. Not sure if it was busy work he was assigned to, or checking in on those who are upsetting the Supreme Leader. But seemingly this situation in Atheros is less of a sure thing than our intel would suggest, if it requires such deep attention by the Talons.
Ooh, can I make an active insight to see if, like, is he trying to poke at the Talon and be like, does the Talon look upset at the fact that he's mentioning that the Arknight had to be pulled in to take care of Atheros?
Go ahead and make an insight check.
Not Jiri. Damn it. 10.
Similar to Telperion's role earlier, I'm not going to award any further information other than the fact that the instinct within that question seems like a reasonable instinct. Whether or not that's the case, I won't confirm. But you do strike it as, ooh, that could be perceived as a slight. But the Talon does seem wholly unaffected and just busying himself and slicing into his piece of meat and enjoying his meal. Has minorly interacted with the conversation, but otherwise himself keeping rather low profile. Toby Rama, did you have something?
Yes. Did the Contessa after that point kind of walk away and continue making rounds around the table?
Yes.
I would like at this point, while they're talking, looking at Nazim, try and make a clutter with a knife or a fork and go to my knees and have to reach under the table.
Okay. I want you to make a performance check.
Okay.
To do this in a way that seems organic and not forced and worthy of note.
We're all going to make so many checks we're bad at.
This is really important to me. I'm going to use my luck point
Oh.
for the day to re-roll this.
Okay.
Ooh.
These rolls are, we're just like,
We're not
we're just
rolling
averaging.
amazing.
So we're just average.
Yeah.
With a bare minimum of a 10, you knock your glass and clatter the silverware to the ground the way you intended, but it does catch Nazim's attention, who says, "What refined company you keep, Thane." And he will pay attention to you, Toby Rama, but you're welcome to bow below the table to gather your lost utensil.
Okay. I don't think now's a good time to do it then. So I'll recover my stuff, put it back on the table, and go back to trying to look meek and staying out of the way.
Nazim, these were not my first choice. The story I tell, they're deeply involved with. The events at Colony 5, just by random happenstance, stroke of luck, that they are required for the weapon that I will demonstrate later, but now is not the right time. I seek an audience with the Count and Countessa. Is that something that you might be able to help me with? I believe they would appreciate my research more so than most others here at this dinner.
I'm certain I could make them willing to lend an ear. But I imagine the Talon himself might be interested in this very same conversation if it proves value enough to Durast. Isn't that right, sir? Indeed. If you claim some new research is of import, I would be there for it.
Alan, you would be the next person I would bring it to. I do want to confirm my findings with someone who may be able to help elucidate some new fields of study and research for what we have found. I would like to bring you the finalized product, though.
Rather bold of you, Thane, to suggest that your new research is any more illustrious than your prior. Perhaps you might regale us again with the tales of how you assisted the Talon in her original experiments. Rumors do abound, after all, don't they, everyone? Best you set the record straight. A couple of laughs join in that were able to hear that part of the conversation, as apparently the Thane has gathered for himself something of a reputation with his prior work. So what was it that earned such scorn from the Talon, Thane? That
Laugh
she
if you
personally
will.
positioned you as far as physically possible from Talon Reach Keep.
You may mock me now, but you won't be for very much longer. What I have discovered pales in comparison to what has already been found from Colony 5. And I will not share it with you if you are going to continue to insult me. My station will be much higher after this discovery, trust me.
Nazim sits back, sort of confident with getting some version of a rise out of you, and swirls the wine in his glass and says, "So it wasn't the failed research then, the hubris. Surely not the other thing."
Nazim, I would have looked to you as someone interested in my research, but it's clear to me that you are not one of an interest in bioorganic metals. Is this true?
Perhaps not. I see to the things here in Olandris, keeping the Count and Contessa satisfied with their every need. Though now you have certainly gathered our audience. Don't you all think it might be best time for the Thane to unveil what he is so proudly peddling? See if his proof matches his tales. Well, Thane, what do you have for us then?
I have a story. I have a tale. But like I said, this is not the proper time for it. I can give you the short version of it, but the full details, the specifics as to this new weapon, I will wait. I will withhold them until I have an audience that is capable of understanding their importance.
Talon Coda stands, waves off the musicians, and says, "Thane Gaspard, as I have perhaps the best chance at making amends between you and your previous employer, perhaps you would do well to listen to the man's request. Do you have something of import to share with us this night?"
I do indeed.
Well then.
Well, I have quite a tale, quite a story, and it will require some background information for what has been occurring at Colony 5 for you all to understand the importance of this new weapon, this new discovery that I have made. I will start with the initial attack on Colony 5, and I will continue from there. If you have already heard this part of the story from the scouts that returned, then you have heard only part of truly what happened over these last few weeks. As the story is quite long, I will save the most gruesome and specific boring details, and I will cut to the very heart of what I have discovered. But it starts again with that attack on Colony 5. I was in my study researching bioorganic material. I will bore you on what I was currently testing. But the scouts, my soldiers, brought to me an individual, an elf that they had captured earlier that day. Brought him into the study, and he was bound and gagged and bloodied and bruised from battle, it seemed. And maybe it was my hubris that allowed me to bring him into my presence, because, in fact, he and his would-be assassins attacked then and there within my study. It was a great battle. I'm sure you've heard from the claw that fled, or not claw, Deadeye, my bodyguard, who fled mid-battle. But I was able to eventually be victorious. These odd creatures, an elf and some of his companions, fled or escaped my capture, but I did, however, muster some troops in order to capture one of theirs, a blue-skinned fellow with a very odd, strange name. Clearly an insane individual. But there was no time to question him right then and there. We needed to escape because of our bugbear, alleged allies who attacked us. Me and my soldiers here were able to escape Colony 5 and find a place in the woods to set up camp in order to rally our retreating forces to retake Colony 5. There, we tortured that blue-skinned fellow. For days and days and days, he withheld all information. And it was only until we discovered his weakness. This material clothing that he wore, he was very proud of. And once we threatened to loosen all of its stitches, he gave all his intel, all his information. He called it a tabby, said his mojo was contained within it. I'll spare you the details, but we were able to get his tongue loosened, and we were able to extract from him a mighty weapon, which is of importance to my research in bioorganics. Now, this weapon I can display for you all, but I will not do so here. I will save this for the presence of the Count and Countessa themselves, and the Talon, of course, later on. But because this is such an important weapon, I do not want knowledge of it to escape. And so the fewer of us that know about it, the better. I do not trust everyone in this room. As we've already seen earlier today, not everybody can be trusted.
Go ahead and make a performance check with advantage.
Break a 30.
You got 29.
Talon Coda will nod back to the musicians and take his seat. Satisfying story, Thane. I do look forward to seeing this weapon. For some reason, I suspect it might be something Talon Moira has been looking for some time. Perhaps we shall see. And Toby Rama, I'll offer you one insight check. That's very high.
Also, I want to request one.
Yeah, you want to, what are you specifically insight? I'm doing passive for Toby for a specific reason, but what do you have your eye on?
This is a weird way to do this, but I want to check out the Countessa's reaction to this because I'm so enamored with her. And like, I want to feel like, I'm curious, like, I think I want to be like, am I looking at her for cues? Like, is she annoyed by this? Like, I'm kind of just like, I care about her more than I did, so I'm watching her.
Yeah. Go ahead and make an insight check on the Contessa.
14.
14. The Contessa seems rather composed off on that side of the table. Although, if anything, seems particularly cold in that moment. Toby Rama, as Jiri / the Thane was telling his tale, the Talon was paying very close attention to the words and looking for value in them. But you couldn't help catch off the side that a very subtle smirk appeared on Nazim's face. Very well. Continue to play. Meal is almost over. I will formally address everyone here in a few moments. And the dinner is able to continue. And I think it might be a good spot for a bio break before we transition back to our other party members.
Whoa.
Girls' night.
Oh my gosh.
Y'all have a girl dinner up there while we have poison.
Girl dinner.
Poison dinner down here.
It's girls' night.
Girl dinner is poison. As I literally just eat carrots and celery. Muta.
The Borgu statues replace Yoda.
I gotta update you guys' names on here. What was Telperion?
Brigitte.
Brigitte. Yep. And you were Thomas?
Yes.
Nice.
Well done on your speech there, Tim.
Thank you, thank you.
Indeed.
God, this fucking Nazim dude is just a little rat, and I want him dead.
Yeah.
So frustrating.
I don't know what he knows. That's the scary part.
Dude.
He knows something.
Yeah, and now I have to think about how I can talk to Telperion while he likes the Contessa.
I think if we could get the Count and Contessa, an audience with them, or even just Nazim, or even I don't know. I don't want to take on the talent. I think we need everybody, unless we can get Rome and Roulette there.
And our friend Kari, maybe. Hopefully she's leveled up her game since we last saw.
Yeah, I think he just like Steel Wind Striked like everybody. And that spell's kind of scary.
Not that scary.
Pretty scary.
So scary.
That was my second choice for
That was like your first choice until you realized Greater Steed was like
Greater Steed is so good. But Steel One Strike is really good. Any of those, like a level 5 spell for any of the half casters, if they only get it, it's actually way better because what you
17th level.
Yeah, you
like
get it at
half-caster.
17, so it's usually a lot higher. And then like 4th level for paladins is like 13 or something like that.
I was thinking, because doesn't that let you change the spell per level? Maybe if Shaggy stays alive, you can swap to Steel and Strike. But I don't know.
But if Shaggy died and then I couldn't get him back
wait,
for a full level, I don't know if I could do that. I'm too attached to Shaggy. I can't. We haven't really gotten to use him too much, but I know he's gonna be a lot of fun.
What's really funny is literally 2 nights ago, my friend Colin was having me help him build a new character, and it's literally Shaggy, like from Scooby Doo.
Oh my god!
He's got a long glass bong that's his quarterstaff, and he's gonna have full arm master.
That's funny.
Is he a ranger? Does he have a dog companion?
Yes, ranger. What subclass? They're starting at level 2, so I don't think he was worried about that yet.
I'm just saying, if he got Beastmaster at 3rd level, he could have Scoob.
And then with Speak with Animals or Beast Bond, it could be full on Scooby and Shaggy.
Sometimes I still sing to myself the Cartoon Network cartoon theme song to that show. It just stuck with me somehow. You're gonna have yourself a Scooby snack. God, good song.
Yeah, that's too much fun to do. Yeah.
I think if I was gonna do like kind of a mean character build, I would definitely do Banjo and Kazooie. Like have someone in my backpack and be like a mounted character.
That's funny. Huh.
Yeah. What if you're playing Kazooie as a cavalier and Banjo's who you're riding?
I'm like a gnome and it's like a medium-sized creature, so I can ride it.
Holy moly, that'd be amazing. You just run by people and egg them. That's super funny. I love it.
Now, yeah, with Find Greater Steed, I've got everything a paladin has basically.
Yeah, with your smiting,
smiting, I got it all. Yep. Charisma.
In different ways, you and Telperion are both very paladin-y.
These so-called paladins of Tyr.
Oh, I missed that game so much. And in a week, I'm gonna fiend for that game. Gotta make my last week of studying count.
And is it on your birthday that Saturday?
That the results should be posted. They're generally posted 5 days after the test. So in theory, Monday I take it, Saturday-ish I should find out.
That'd be a cool birthday gift.
It
Or
would
it could be a shitty birthday.
I was trying to not bring that reality into discussion.
Yeah, don't manifest it. It'll be a happy birthday. For my 30th birthday.
Whoa.
Ay, ay, ay.
When you turn 30, a lot changes. It's like a big deal.
It's like a big.
Oh yeah, man. You get so much wiser.
Oh my god. Let's reset the Zoom because it ends in 1 minute.
Cool. Perfect.
We're through. We have some burgers. We have some burgers cooking, so we're just finishing those up. We'll bring them in a sec.
Okay.
Okay.
Bum, 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 bum. What else we got? What's everyone been up to with like their personal time?
Bro,
What are you guys into
Bro.
right now?
the fucking secret project that came out this week was so
The secret
good.
project, as in a Sanderson thing that was dropped.
Yes. It is incredible.
Oh boy.
I'm behind.
There's gonna be a time when you all are caught up on Cosmere and I get to just openly speak about it. Oh,
I'm excited for that. That's also, I would say, Way of Kings and Baldur's Gate 3 are my top two things that will be getting my attention once my studying is done.
hell yeah.
Because last I left off, Kaladin and little Spren, what's her face?
Still.
Phil, we're starting to be like, whoa, why is she like evolving basically and like getting more sentient and stuff? And he's whipping Bridge 4 group into shape and they have started to respect him. And I'm like, I kind of left off in an awesome spot. And the Chasm Fiend battle's over. So I saw what's his face? Dalinar holding up the fucking thing like a boss.
So
and
sick.
yeah, that was a very that was for me Mistborn level of great combat writing. In my opinion, it's gotta be so hard to write combat and make it fun. And that's been so far my favorite things about Sanderson. I'm like, holy shit, he paints combat so vividly.
Combat good, and then the Sanderlanche.
Yeah.
Like at the end of books, it's always just gets like insanity.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, his
Well,
climax to books are like so
Yeah.
it's condensed and such high action and
Yeah.
high consequence.
And then there's books like Well of Ascension where for the ending was insane for sure, but like most of the book, this is me being dismissive and this is not actual criticism, but basically quote unquote nothing happened. And what I mean by that is no like action was taking place, but I was hooked for political discourse and people's interactions and relationships with each other. I'm like, how is he writing this so well that I care this much about political ongoings? Like
he
that
pops off
Well of
with
Ascension
that
was
in Stormlight. Like,
I would say most of his writing wows me. The Well of Ascension like impressed me. Like he bought so much legitimacy because of Well of Ascension with me, because I'm like, holy shit, he's making it so much fun to read about stuff that wouldn't commonly be super fun to read about. And I'm like, oh, this dude's good at what he does.
Which one was Well of Ascension? I don't know if I read that one.
number 2 of Mistborn.
Mistborn 2.
Oh, I definitely read it then.
All right, we ready?
That looks
Ready,
like a
your
great
video's off, by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say because you're probably not looking at your video, Chris. It is off currently.
That's true. What a luxury it has been to not be looking at my face. I definitely think seeing my face up there pulls me out of it sometimes, so I like just looking at you guys. Okay, videos on. Burgers are got. They look yummy.
It looks like a
That-
Krabby Patty. I was just putting it together. I'm like, you like Krabby
That
Patty?
looks like
No,
a
it's just
meaty
Squidward.
fucking burger. That looks good.
It looks great.
Turkey burger.
Yeah, the melted white cheese on it or whatever does make it look gray.
There's no
Or-
white cheese.
It's just
Okay,
turkey.
it's just gray. Oh, turkey burger, classic. Okay. Well, we will pick back up. Girl party.
Woo, woo.
We need to have a conversation. Kari says to you, Roulette. Who the fuck is this?
She's an ally, newly picked up since Austenus. Rome. This is Kari, sister of the queen over in Austenus. Kari, this is Rome. This is not typical form. She's a bit more daunting under all that.
Pleased to meet you, Kari. Why are you here? And what were you doing in Countess's bedroom?
Fair question, but I believe you still owe me an answer to mine.
You have been appraised of the UKA?
Indeed.
Apprised of?
The Queen and I took something of a recent trip to Atheros, and I have been tasked with rendezvousing with all of you eastward. I did not expect you to be here. What are you doing here? This is dangerous. You could throw the whole Eastern effort in jeopardy if you fail here.
We could also stop the siege of Atheros if we weaken the people here enough. Our main goal is getting information out. We've got some folks down at that dinner right now, actually. Trying to collect a bit of intel from the Talon and the Count and Contessa.
Noble goal and a high gamble to throw yourself into the fray here. I do respect the brazenness of it, but you all need to think very carefully about every move you make. This affects nations of people.
We're not trying. I don't think our main goal is to fight some sort of dining room massacre tonight. Like I said, information is what we're trying to get, and that's why we were snooping around over in Count and Contessa's. But I'm assuming you were what Rome ran into and got a little spooked by.
I might also add that we could say the same thing about you, Kari. Couldn't you be seen while snooping about just like we are?
And did you come here alone?
I certainly could be seen, but I have long experience in making sure that doesn't happen. I think Roulette and her friends can speak to my previous position I hold in Austenus. What was the other question you asked, Rome? Couldn't
like,
she
why
be seen and what?
Why is she here? Oh, we wanted to know if she was alone. Sorry.
Oh, yes, that was the other part. And I am alone. It's taken me a couple of days to learn of the Deadeye's whereabouts, routines, here protecting them at the keep, and I've only just been able to replace them today. But I've only been here for 3 days and haven't been able to focus on intel gathering efforts. I'm personally looking into a particular individual here. But before that, what intel have you all gathered so far?
Hold up. Do we get the sense that we can trust her? Because I've never met her. So, like,
That's a very fair question. Go ahead and make an insight check, Rome.
she's asking a lot of personal questions, I feel like. Was that insight you said?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'll throw her up here on the screen again. We'll keep it with the dining hall background for now. Not currently clad in all of her sort of classic drow leathers, but still looking rather intimidating. Is not quite the word, but she carries a force of presence to her, which isn't hurt by the armor she's currently wearing of the Deadeye. What was your roll, Rome? 24?
Yeah.
You get the sense that very quickly you get the sense that this is a dangerous individual, and there is a self-serving nature to her questions, her position, but according to Roulette's suggestion, she works at the behest of the queen, the ex-queen of Ostennis, who you are all theoretically aiding. So there's a sense of legitimacy that she carries, even if she is deeply entrenched in the underworld of sort of mortal affairs. So she can be dubious. You get the sense of she might not always be able to be trusted, certainly not by people that don't know her, but she seems to carry some legitimacy here when talking to Roulette. And you think that matters. Your role was high enough that you think the legitimacy earns some trust here. But she's been here for 3 days, replacing a Deadeye, has now bought a position here. What intel have you all been able to gather? Were you able to answer that question?
I don't know that we have gathered any much intel, at least up here.
We
Well,
have some interesting smells. That sulfur smell is something that we have.
I'll bring out the whetstone, and I'll produce the smell of the sulfur. Do you recognize this smell at all?
I do.
Oh, it's the Deadeye, isn't it?
No, it has nothing to do with the Deadeyes. They are, although formed through cruel methods, are still human mortals. The scent you're smelling, I only know it from having one of the benefits of keeping tiefling company. That is an infernal smell. It accompanies those who deal in fiendish circles. It has long been understood by our intel that Talon Moira employs various individuals of the hells at her leisure, and we suspect the Count and Contessa are no different.
I wouldn't say
aided by this, and she will pull from a pouch some rolled up parchments, some papers I retrieved from their quarters before I was forced to hide under the bed at the encroaching of a rat. Unfortunately, as much time as I've spent with the Queen and other tieflings in Ostennis, I still don't know their language. Maybe you all can make more use of this intel than I can. I've already made very rudimentary copies that I plan to deliver to the Queen when I can, but that might not be for some time. And she will hand over to you a couple infernal papers.
Do tieflings speak Gnomish? Do they write in Gnomish?
Oh, I see.
Then no, I don't. I can't read these papers.
The infernal script does not contain Gnomish letters. I know you all are a magical bunch. Not sure how much you've developed those sensations since last speaking, but you might be able to find maybe the United Kin Army's availability to read other languages. Maybe they might have someone that can do such a thing. Could be useful intel. I'm not sure what's held on it.
I'm certain we'll find someone to read this. To your point, there's likely, I think, Rome, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's 3 sources of that smell we had identified somewhere. There was one up outside the door that you were in, one down in the basement, and then one in that room. So I don't know if it's the Count and Contessa, but likely the Count or Contessa. Not sure who.
When you're referencing that room, are you referencing their room?
One
Or
outside
this,
of the one
outside
outside
of
the
this room?
no, sorry, one outside the Count and Contessa's bedroom, one down in the dining hall, and then one down in the basement.
Gotcha. You may have picked up the scent from any number of positions the Count or Contessa may have occupied for mere moments. I suspect your friends may have even, if they have keen noses, may have detected the same in the dinner below. As for the basement, it is rumored that a great beast lurks down there and is fed often from disgruntled townsfolk that upset the Count and Contessa. Likely one of the Talon's other pets employed here at this location.
That's good to know. So our goal for the night is to gain as much intel as possible to help the UKA in either fighting Elandris or helping defend Atheros. What is your goal here? Meeting up with us and helping us, or did you have your own goals for the evening?
As I mentioned, I was not expecting to see you all here. I thought another week or two's time would be necessary for me to make my way eastward into the forest or nearby, if you've been able to make camp there. As for my presence here, there's an individual here that the Queen has me looking into. And now that you all are here, you might have more direct means of making contact and gaining intel than I can. Perhaps it would be best suited for you to carry out this mission for me.
Oh, sure.
And who might this individual be?
The Claw of the Court, Nazim Dren.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon me, but a moment. And she will step away from you all, both of you, and will tear off a small piece of parchment that she has and grab a loose quill on the desk and scratch into it a very simple message. Rolls it up into a very, very tiny, like 1 inch tall, very thin scroll. Places it in your hands, roulette, and closes it. It would aid me greatly if you could slip this message to the Claw. Find a way to get it to him at dinner before the events conclude for the night. I suspect you perhaps have no more than an hour before things start to wind down there.
And what does this message say exactly? What message are we delivering to him?
You may read it when I make myself scarce, and it may not mean anything to you. But delivering this could make the difference in your ability to make it out of here unscathed. If the Claw understands the message, it could be very different from if he does not. Either way, by delivering this message, I will have technically succeeded in my goal here. If it doesn't go well, I won't be sticking around either way. Can I count on you two? Find a way to get this to the Claw.
I can do it personally.
Very well. You might want to stick together in case things go south.
Is your I'm gonna stop myself from asking that question. Considering your mission here is complete, any chance you might have something to help us in whatever this is? We're plenty capable. You've seen that. Um,
I don't recall what weaponry you make use of, but this is all I can offer at this time. And she will undo her clasp at her side and pull out a single vial. It would appear that the underwears below Ostenis had found a leftover that we made available. But we don't typically sell this. This is an extract honed out of Kelemvor's kiss, a very potentially deadly poison. Should the target fail, it poisons them with the side effect of paralysis. If they fail to resist it a great enough amount, it can provoke immediate unconsciousness. Apply it to a weapon. You get two slices worth. It can remain on the blade enough for 2 injections into the bloodstream, no more.
I'm tremendously grateful, Kari, and I do hope this is not the last time we see you, and hopefully we see you again soon outside of Atheros as we're taking it back, or saving them. Something.
Hopefully I might be able to rendezvous with you next to the east, wherever I can find your army. I don't believe the latest intel we gathered from the king to the queen made us aware of your current whereabouts. Where does the army find itself holding up at this time?
Do I know that? I guess last we were in Force Hollow 2 days ago.
As of 2 days ago, you basically defended Force Hollow, but that intel might not have been sending to the Queen at this time, so they're not currently aware of of the army's latest whereabouts.
As far as the specific whereabouts of the army as of today, I don't know, but as of a couple days ago, Force Hollow is safe again. The first true nation-to-nation conflict, we handed them their asses back to them and fought the Drastians back. So I'm guessing they're cleaning up or sitting still back at Force Hollow right now, or gearing up to move west towards us.
Well done. Perhaps there's where I will find you next. Let us make sure Gallus's home does not once more fall to the enemy. He means a great deal to the Queen. We should honor his memory.
Means a great deal to us, too.
And with a nod, she begins to back away toward the window. Get the message delivered. Very well. And she will undo the window and slip out. And as you and Rome begin to conceive a plan for getting this message delivered, we'll jump back to our dinner attendees. Dinner has continued. The Thane has seemingly sat down in acceptance of Jiri's story. And yes, Toby Rama, was there something specifically on your mind?
I heard that Talon mentioned he would make some remarks in a few moments. I'd like to now try and see if I can flag down a way to go to the bathroom. And what direction that would be.
I didn't think it done.
you can just wave down. You can either ask someone next to you, or you can wave down a knight.
I would have probably turned and waved down the knight behind me.
Okay.
Over this way.
He will approach you. Not that close. He sits on your lap. No. He will come over to you and says, "Very well. This way." And should you get up to leave with him,
yep,
we'll escort you over this direction.
Okay.
Needs to use the restroom. Aye. The knight there moves, and the knight will escort you through this room, which leads to the parlor room that was directly next to it, and then into one room further that has sort of a stone, very small corridor that opens up to a T-shaped end where there are many chamber pots. Make it quick. I need to get back to the hall, and we'll shut the door behind you.
Okay. What is the way to maneuver this? Because they're not gonna let me. That's okay.
While MK's thinking, I'm just gonna get the ladies, the +1s, and like through just like some some questions, and like I'm approaching this as like a game of strategy, and so like through like just noticing things, and I want to get them talking about shallow stuff, like the conditions of their life, as in like it must be like I only know soldier's life, and I've had a lot going. Like obviously my lot's different than yours, but I'm curious how. And I guess this is the woman voice I'm doing. Has it been rough moving from keep to keep, or is it? Do you feel safe? How have the army been doing for you? And just like trying to like shallowly, but also like get the conditions under which these like nobles are kind of living in this enemy occupied territory.
Sure. I will make another name known as they will divulge it. But all three of them will suggest that since they are the spouses, Giselle, Muriel, and then Lori are various spouses of Captain Landry's wife, Mauristerna's wife, Lord William Sovum, who's the Exarch of Coin, his husband, are relatively stably located here and have not had to travel. But the other end of the table, who got the honor of sitting next to the Count and Contessa, are more traveling folk that the Count and Contessa wanted to check in on more, since this side of the table's around more often. They will also partake in various gossip and will divulge. What do you think it was when Nazim said the other thing, like some delicious, tantalizing tidbit of information that the Thane might have disgruntled the Talon with? Oh, I heard I thought Nazim was referring to that one particular rumor that the Thane sought to personally court the Talon, presenting her with, well, his own prick removed from his body and turned to stone. And they giggle together. You all and your rumors. But I do personally prescribe to that one. It's a good tale, Lori says from across the table. So they will just generally engage with you in sort of shallow conversation, Telperion. Although outside of that, is there any one topic you want to try and extract one piece of insight from specifically?
I feel like Jerry does. Well, Jerry for
sure. Yeah, I want to, after kind of appeasing the Talon, I want to go back to him, and I'm trying to get him to talk more specifically about town that they're attacking. I keep blanking on this name.
Atheros.
Atheros, thank you. I want to get more intel on Atheros, like more about like what they've tried and maybe what the future plans are for the city, like what kind of attack they're planning next. And so I would probably say to him something along the lines of, Talon, now that I've told you my tale, I think it's time that maybe you divulge your own story. What plans do you have? Can you be more specific? I'm very curious if this weapon that I have could be at use. Say the next attack goes wrong. What are you planning next?
Go ahead and make a persuasion check. This will not have advantage. And it will have a relatively high DC.
You meant low.
Above a 20 is what the DC was 20. Well, military strategy is usually held close to the vest, but I think it is somewhat common knowledge now that the siege of Atheros is should be mere days from completion. Based on our best intel, they should have little to no supplies left, and we are not planning to waste our own resources on making any grand attacks. We simply need to wait them out for another week or so's time and begin approaching the gate. They'll be clawing to open the doors to welcome in our shipments of food stocks. Many of their people will have starved by then. It is no easy feat to bring an entire siege defend-worthy town to its knees, but they do not have the troops. They have too many troops defending that location where it is becoming a drain on their resources, and has been for some time.
Hypothetically
War of attrition at this point.
Hypothetically speaking, since it won't come to this, but if you were to be the one to be ordered to take the city, I'm curious, what strategy would you employ?
As the last true blade, to wield the honor of that ancient fighting tradition that has been dismissively discarded amongst our people, separately from some other tactics that are undoubtedly effective, I would walk in with honor, challenging one-on-one their most skilled warrior in hand-to-hand combat. Should they be successful, I would not take the city by force. But if I was able to slay them, then the city would functionally be won as mine. Once upon a time, wars were, although still brutal, a bit more civilized than modern times would suggest. Long lost are those days.
Can I make an insight check?
Sure.
Did Talon dislike the Count and Contessa? This is like revealing a lot of his personality, and from what I've come to understand about the other two, I'm just like, does he seem uncomfortable in a way of like being here brings him no pleasure because this company is distasteful for him?
Go ahead and make an insight check.
I ask these really grand questions for my +0 insight. 15 though.
Super valid to ask these questions, though, that would, pop into your characters' minds.
Yeah.
With a 15, obviously you're not getting
I'm not mind
hyper motivation. Yeah, you're not mind reading unless you would like to. But you do get the sense that this is a distinctly different vibe of Talon than the overwhelming confidence, sort of calm confidence of the Arknight, and the just vile relishing of slaughter of Vitria. you guys don't know Talon Moira that much, but this is a definitely distinct personality of this Talon that is less boastful, less eager for sort of slaughter. You get that sense from this individual. Leaning in the direction of light, but dutiful. He's still dutiful, but there is light reluctance there.
Do we know anything about True Bloods? Is this a term we've heard before?
True Blade was
True Blade, sorry.
Yeah, True Blade was mentioned as a title for this Talon. That was mentioned by the United Kin Army's intel gathering efforts. I believe it was Commander Rillis's Auracor individuals who were scouting this location in the form of various wild shaping birds and such, and gathered that, Talon Koda, who's helping the siege of Athros, they call him the True Blade.
Yeah, so I'm curious.
He has now referenced it as some ancient fighting tradition that is virtually lost.
I want to ask him more about it, but do we know, do I have any background information other than the name?
I don't think so, no. Even with a history check, I think this has been presented so infrequently that I don't think you would have any other info.
Then I would want to ask him, the True Blade, I've heard of the name before, but I am unfamiliar. I couldn't live with myself if I did not ask you personally. Now that I have now that this topic is brought forward, can you tell me more about this ancient art of yours?
As someone who's a smart sword person with a huge library, would I have ever read about True Blades?
Go ahead and make a history check.
Oh shit! 16 plus 7, 23.
23 is very good. Not that you would have studied it, but in a similar vein where the Crescent Knights fighting tradition is dying out, it might have been casually, almost dismissively mentioned in your upbringing of, like, following this lost art of Crescent Knight sword fighting is such an important cultural piece of our identity. We cannot let it fade into nothingness like the Northerners' tradition of following the way of the True Blade. Just in a sense that, fighting styles on a cultural level can fade from existence with no memory of those forms being learned or passed down. Perhaps there are records of them in Duras, but it does strike you specifically as noteworthy just since it's another dying cultural tradition, much like your own.
I would infoblast like a 1-sentence summary of that to Jiri just to like prep him for having the conversation.
Right, and I think I would stick to that question of, like, now that you're here, now that I have you, we're on that topic. Like, what can you share more from like an academic standpoint? Like, what knowledge he's willing to divulge?
Go ahead and make one more persuasion check. He's gonna answer the question, but your level of likability here may earn an extra nugget.
Ooh, hold on a second.
Plus 14 is so good.
I know, and I really want this nugget, so I'm going to use inspiration and reroll.
Wow. Okay.
Kurt's like, man, I gotta make this nugget juicy.
Oh, bummer.
Jeez.
18's not that bad.
I know what I want to do with that. He will, without harping the whole conversation, he will sort of solemnly describe to you the honor-bound tradition of the way of the True Blade, and an ancient fighting technique that many don't have the patience and discipline to follow. For only later in your life does it wield, by the time you no longer should be fighting, is it in its most pristine state. For as you attune your wisdom to life experience, it enhances your ability to fight with the sword. And he does mention there was one other man in my entire life whose skill with the sword was suitable enough that I thought he could learn. But he became distracted. And alas, I am the last. Thane, thank you for discussing this matter with me. Not often do I have reason to bring it into conversation. Not many ears are interested in it.
Leads us to the swordsman of Telperion and Jiri.
All right, looks like we should jump.
And I'll respond to him. Thank you for sharing. This new weapon that I've discovered has brought the arts of the martial arts to the forefront of my mind. So from a academic standpoint, I'm very curious about such things. Thank you for sharing.
Indeed. Perhaps the weapon you suggest you recovered could be suitable of my own attention. I imagine you're not a sword-wielding individual. I'd very much like to give it a look.
And I would love for you to see it. I would also request, though, that an audience with the Count and Countessa before. There are many questions of a nature more in terms of science and magic that I must ask them to fully be prepared to show you. I would want you to be impressed by the knowledge and research I have gained of the weapon before I bring it to your attention.
He gives you somewhat of a stern look and very deep into your eyes, really his force of presence sort of like just really gathering your attention, and says, those too insecure in the information they wield should not wield it at all. I would be there for whatever information you have. If it is clumsy, perhaps it is truer. I would like to be made aware of it at the time you discuss with the Count and Contessa, for it might be of prevalent value to the Talon herself.
Then maybe I should share it with you first, and you alone should see it.
The
I
Thane
might
actually winces like Tim did.
He swirls his mead in his glass and says, I might have an open mind to that. But for later discussion, it is about time I address everyone. And sets his glass down and slides it across the table and gestures as if he's about to stand. And it's at that point where I'd like to check in with our gang upstairs to see what have you guys... I'll keep this music going now. I won't switch it to ominous music. What are you guys thinking about doing?
Well, I want to read this note.
Okay. You unfurl it.
Can I read it?
You do read Elvish. So it reads... I'll go ahead and post this in the chat. It reads, a bloody quill is mightier than a sleeping sword.
That's supposed to mean. Bloody quill is mightier than a sleeping sword. Any idea, Roulette, what that might mean?
My mind hasn't been too far from reading notes and interpreting clues in them recently. Can I make any sort of intelligence check to see if there's something hidden in these words?
Yes, I would say go ahead and make a basic intelligence check.
This is what I'm going to nat 20 on, and nothing else tonight. Nope.
You don't get a whole lot of intel other than the fact that Kari, a leader of a thieves guild, is likely using some iteration of Thieves Can't Hear to relay a message.
Am I correct that the sword is capitalized in this sentence?
It is.
Rome, this is likely there's probably not even a code in between them. Only thing is, it's probably referring to someone instead of just some abstract quill or sword or something. The talon is the sword talon or something, right? I don't know. This is probably just meant to be some sort of signal to Nazim. He might be an ally. I'd consider him a potential ally in whatever this is, but
Perhaps a double agent.
a double agent of sorts, right?
I could transform into like a dragonfly and just drop it next to his meal and hope that he sees it.
We want to. Yeah, do you want to go invisible? Because I mean, I can get us. Well, I guess if you're invisible, you can do it as well.
Because I was thinking, I've already spent time kind of going through the ducts and the walls of this place as a mouse or a rat, so I'm assuming that I would know like what if there was like a vent near here, like in the bedroom, could I travel the vents to get to the dining hall?
Well, centralized air is not really something boasted in this era. However,
No venting?
yeah, you could leave a window and hope there's a window that's ajar for general ventilation in the Great Hall.
Could I look out the window and see if I could like spot that from where we are?
Yeah. You won't be able to, you do not have a line of sight on the hall's windows from where you are, but you could leave the window.
We've done I've done 3 or 4 laps now outside.
Sure, you absolutely have. So you know where to look, but you haven't necessarily looked for which windows are open. So that would need to be a new investigative effort.
Gotcha. Other question: because the screen we're looking at right now, Rome and I have seen from like afar, so we generally know. Rome, we got a big problem. We don't know who the claw is. So we're going to have to hope that... Oh, okay.
Well, I could listen. I wonder if maybe he would be addressed as I was listening in the window, and then I would know which one is which.
I think the windows might be too far from that main table. And I wouldn't want you to... not for jealousy of any sorts, but I don't want to be kind of left behind waiting to see if you get swatted.
Do you think maybe we could pose as, let's say, delivery men? Deliver, knock on the door, hand deliver this note. We do look like Durastians, so we could be delivering a note.
I'm sure someone would read it beforehand is the problem, before ever getting it to him.
You think that the Claw would have his attendants read his personal mail?
I think the knights of the Count and Contessa would be screening all sorts of mail coming in here first. It wouldn't be the attendants. It would be the Count and Contessa, who I believe truly do not want to read this note. If you are okay going invisible again, one thing we could do, and I'm presenting Moby for, one thing we could do is literally have you drop in directly above wherever this claw is and drop the note right in his lap.
Yeah, I agree. But as I'm assuming are both of us gonna be in this room together, or am I gonna like fit through a crack again and deliver
I would.
back?
The way Steve was picturing it is we're both invisible. If you're a spider, I will be directly above you, ready to pull you up if needed, but you would just descend like from my hand with the note, and because the note, yeah, and because
Oh,
the
I love that idea.
because the note is on you, it stays invisible until you drop it.
Ooh, I love that. Yeah. How are we gonna be up in the ceiling of the dining hall though?
These things, and she'll click her heels. I've still got like 3 hours of levitation on these, so I can question how tall is the ceiling in the dining hall?
Great question. It does go full height 2 stories upward. So it is probably, it's not an enormous castle. Probably 20 feet high.
Okay. So I think Rome, if you're amenable to that, we could sneak back in there. It's probably getting close to the end of dinner anyway. You or I or both of us can talk at Telperion to get him to, hopefully, if they figured out who this Claw of the Court is, if he could just point to him or something, and then I can get you directly above him.
How are we gonna get Telperion's attention though to like telecommunicate?
We can talk at him. He just can't respond to us directly. So again, like we just did with the coins, I'm just gonna have to. He'll have to be smart enough to figure out a way to tell us who the Claw is, if they even know who the Claw is.
True. Okay, well, I mean, I'm down for this mission.
Okay.
Yeah, do it. Carrie gave us this task.
I will hand Rome. Well, no, I'm not going to hand Rome the note yet. I will place the note on the floor. Rome, once you go into spider form, pick this thing up, and then you can climb onto my hand, and I'll ferry us out there.
Well, I'm going to cast invisibility on myself first, and then transform.
Yes, but you need to pick up the note after you transform.
Yes.
So you could, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to transform now, and then I'll crawl up on your shoulder so that you know where I am. Don't crush me, please.
I will not crush you. She, invisible, spider, shoulder. I take the note and I do one of these to hand it to the spider, and have the spider web backpack it to itself, so it's technically a carried item.
Sure.
Love it.
Because you very specifically said it was a tiny, tiny note.
Yes, it is. Absolutely is, yeah.
And then I will cast invisibility on myself. Ugh.
Okay, both of you concentrating now on invisibility on yourselves. Rome in spider form with an invisible note right now. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I wanted to do one thing, but the only other thing I wanted to check on as you guys are doing this is, Toby Rama, are you still in the bathroom?
So,
so
this is what the plan is. This is what I'm going to start trying to do. Once we leave the dining hall and start walking through the corridor to the chamber pots, I'm going to start doing some weird hand gestures and try and say an incantation. And I swear I've seen him do that before, but I don't know how he does it.
To gather the attention of a knight accompanying you, or are you solo right now?
Escorting me to the chamber pots.
Yeah, so this is before you get there.
Yeah.
So that you do want this to be seen by this knight.
Yes.
Hey, cut that out! No magic.
Oh, I don't know any. It's that Thane. He's so talented. I'm just trying to see if I can maybe replicate some of the things he does, but I'll go in the toilet.
Hey, what sort of things can he do?
Well, I think this one's definitely above my pay grade. He turns someone to stone. He can, put up a force field.
I've heard the rumors.
He can put up a force field. It's pretty cool. I'm interested. we've been on survival mode for a while, but I'm trying to see if maybe he'll teach me something.
Be careful who you learn from. Found himself at the shit end of Talon Moira's attention.
Appreciate the warning. I'll do my business. Start walking back. I'd like to see if he's willing to walk a little in front of me, sort of, as he escorts me back. And then I would like to, when the door here is opened, try and...
Okay, so he's leading you back through the door. The door is open. There's another knight. Tom, your name is coming with us. He's about to escort you through the door. Door is open, functionally.
And I will say an incantation, do some funny hand motions, and try and cast a spell.
Okay.
And the plan is immediately after to go like, man, I hope I can get this down someday.
Okay. I think I want this to be deception based more than sleight of hand based.
Okay.
Oh.
Hey, easy with that shit. Not in their presence. Get back to your seat. What did you cast?
I would like to have cast Dispel Magic on the charmed effect on Telperion. It has a range of 120 feet. I was hoping to do it while the door's open. I haven't crossed the threshold yet. I see him being like, yeah, I know, sorry, you told me. Leave it be.
You cast Dispel Magic. It works. Make a perception check. Okay.
Oh, you're able.
You are able to be escorted back to your seat somewhat briskly by this individual, and they will take their position once more. Roulette in Rome, Spider, and Invisible, all invisible. Note, how are you entering the Great Hall?
It's a big set of open double doors. I am going to, with Rome on my shoulder, I'm going to walk, basically keeping my head a foot away from the ceiling at all times. And I'm just going to,
Yes, Telperion, you feel a loosening of some terrible grip on your soul, and you thought it was beautiful, and in retrospect it feels, you like have this moment of true elation and horror at what just had been happening to you.
I am going to, as I approach the doors, I'm going to just put the smell of very, very faint lilacs on the tip of my finger or something, and I'm going to just like slowly walk forward with my finger, like I'm trying to see if there's like a magical threshold that I am about to cross. So I'm mostly just trying to see if it stops smelling like lilacs at any point. Specifically at the threshold of the door is the only place I'm really checking.
Perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and put you guys on the map then.
They're here.
You get to the threshold of the door, and there are two knights that you are needing to sort of walk by awkwardly, quietly above the floor so you're not visible or making any sound. And you keep your finger moving forward, and you have made it past the threshold of these doors, and no magical barrier had dispelled anything.
I immediately start going up so that I am roughly 15, 20 feet off the floor. And I'm going to I'm gonna go stand like on up and behind trio of friends. Actually, I'm gonna stand directly above Telperion.
Go ahead. No, never mind. Nothing at this time.
I am going to look down, and I'm going to think to tell Perianne, hey, buddy, don't react.
Well, easily said, oh, I can't talk to you.
If I don't see him react, I will wonder if he actually heard me or not. Move your right hand if you can hear me.
I like reach over and just like touch my glass.
Do you know who the Claw is? We're looking for someone named Nazim.
I tap my glass one time.
I might need more than that. Apologies. Is it on your side of the table? One for yes, two for no.
I tap 2 times, like I just like poke my knife 2 times.
Okay. Opposite side of the table.
I do a yes to that.
Is he directly minimizing the number of questions I need to ask?
I telepath to Jerry and I say, can you get the Claw's attention and say, Claw, I have a question.
I do so.
This should be good. What now, Gaspard?
So you have your tell.
Thank you,
What did you think about my story? And then
Did you like it?
So far unsubstantiated, just like everything you pose here tonight so far.
I will, over the next minute, just very quickly info dump to Telperion. Rome and I are in the room, invisible above you. An ally showed up. Kari's here, but she's leaving. The Claw might be an ally.
So I just am telecommunicating that instantly to the other 2.
I'm assuming whatever's on the map right now I can see. I don't know if there's anything we want to see from up here, but I will, because I know Rome could not have heard this. I am going to stay up at the ceiling, and I'm going to walk over and be just directly above the Claw, and I will do like a few circles and then land myself directly on top of the Claw.
Okay, so you're a space-ish above the Claw.
I guess. Okay. Yeah, because it's 5. So...
I will offer you just the slightest warning of you might want to be slightly higher than that in case he stands up.
Oh, no. I want to be as close to the ceiling as possible.
Oh, okay. But yes, you're in the column above.
The column,
for sure. For sure.
Yes, yeah.
It's so funny to picture you guys doing it.
I know.
Like we're sweating for our life at this table.
And I'll hold out my hand so it's like directly above the Claw. I know she cannot see it, but if she walks down, like the hand would be directly above the Claw's plate or something.
Dude, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Spider Mission Impossible.
And slowly, Spider Mission Impossible happens. Rome, you descend on your web toward the Claw. You're able to get low enough to the Claw. Do you fully descend onto the table to drop the item?
No, I don't want to be on the table. I just want to be kind of hovering over his lap, if possible, so that I could just drop the note into his lap.
Sleight of hand check. As the spider.
You get 8 rolls.
Can I... That was good.
So this is as
Could I no. I want. Could I possibly? Actually, no. I'm not going to say anything. I will just let her go because I. Yeah.
Okay, so our sleight of hand's the same for both. Like for myself and the spider, just as an FYI.
Oh!
Let
Rome is rolling well today.
The roll dance.
I notice with a little dropping of the paper.
Rome, as you descend, right in front of the claw, you drop the piece of paper and it falls perfectly, just missing the edge of the table, into his lap. I want Toby Rama, what's your passive perception naturally without the shield?
24.
Okay. The Talon stands up to formally address the dinner party. And in that motion, you see a bunch of wine glasses clink as they're set down, and a hush comes over the room, and everyone begins to revert to looking at the claw, or the Talon, giving the Talon full attention. With your passive perception, Toby, you see the claw's eye dart up slightly rather than down. And just the faintest smirk catches the corner of his lip before he adjusts his position and puts his hands in his lap, dutifully giving attention to the Talon as the Talon begins to speak. Very well. Thank you for the meal, May and Lee. Now to business without further delay. I have, of course, come to conduct the typical monthly inspection of your troops and supply lines to the siege of Atheros. But I bring news of our position in New Durast, both good and poor. Let us begin with the poor. The well-informed among you may have heard whispers that a resistance to New Durast's rule has begun to brew in the south. Although so far proving to be little more than a nuisance to the aims of Talons Vitria and Moira, the Supreme Leader's instincts were correct. The subhumans appear to have organized somewhat, and could prove to be a threat, at least along the borders of the Emerald where they now stalk. Beasts and wild elves break bread together and plot the downfall of our new kingdom. There's some muted laughter amongst the table before the Talon, with a very stern expression, regards them, and they all quickly quiet. Their entry into this war seems to have been stirred by the actions of some rather surprising miscreants, but their participation was long anticipated. I am pleased to see that you have already outfitted your Wyvern Knights with the first shipment of silvered lances. You will need them against the lichens and shapeshifters of the wildlands. We have brought more. Arm as many of your forces as possible, starting with the most skilled knights. Another matter. It appears that one of Talon Moira's favored officers was slain while infiltrating the forces of this so-called United Kin Army. We expect this new force to pose little threat, but better to offer our officers and loyal nobility a means of protection. He nods to his attendant nearby that had been holding onto his sheathed sword. The attendant moves, and you notice that he has strapped to his back a leather long case, and throws it into the front and begins slowly pulling out small packages and moves throughout the entire table's length and begins to hand out small objects. Rome, you are able to ascend your spider web once more toward Roulette, if that's what you would wish to do. There's adequate time for that.
Yes, I spin my web back up into Roulette's hand.
Okay. So, you will see a small box placed before you. So let us move to the better news. Talon Moira's research efforts have made great strides in recent weeks. It may be known among some of you that the Talons have already been testing out the prototypes with our pauldrons and our blades. At this time, The attendant makes his way back to Coda and hands him his sheath, and Coda draws quickly, with a flourish, his Vanta Black, long, curved, Odachi-esque Wodao blade. Similar to Jiri's, but slightly longer.
Jiri's pissed.
Dread Iron. The newly refined X4 series. The Talons have it, and now you do too. Weapons and armor shaped from this substance bear similar or greater benefits than the X3 series, but without as many side effects. With a more stable compound achieved. The substance is more suitable for distribution. Will you guys give me 1 second? Sorry.
Jiri, I feel like you need to make like a wisdom saving throw as you're hearing about all these upgrades that are better than what you got.
Because he's X2, right?
No, X3.
Oh,
X3H backwards is hex
Yeah.
for his
Um,
hexiness.
Jiri does not know or acknowledge any of this. He thinks his sword came from Jawland.
Exactly.
Oh, it's true, yeah.
We have kind of been getting our rolls when we need them, outside of your one wisdom save.
I mean, in like a charmed effect. I don't know if I should detect thoughts now or wait. I'm waiting for now. No, Daddy's back. We can't scheme anymore.
The substance is more suitable now for distribution to our most loyal of subjects. I present you all with Dread Iron X4 rings. Please open and adorn them as a sign of your fealty to the supreme leader of New Durast. You're able to open them, and contained inside, for all three of you that are in attendance at the dinner, a Vanta Black ring. Bear through the initial sensation, and then enjoy the new benefit to your bloodstream. Perhaps even without decades of experience with the blade, you too might be able to survive the folly of rebels drawing blades against you. Shoots a quick look to Contessa May for her assassination attempt a few hours ago. He waits for a moment as everyone at the table begins to slip on these rings. Do the three of you do so?
Does it have any sensation? Because I remember the last time we had Dread Iron, the dagger, it felt weird when I touched it.
Specifically, the Dread Iron X3 series dagger that you guys interacted with before, the hex metal within your body seemed to sort of be repulsed by it a little bit, sort of withdrawing from its touch. This has that sensation, but less potent.
Well, I'm gonna ask my dad to see if he's got any advice on it. Hey, Dad. Sorry, I'm not supposed to call you Dad anymore. Whoever you are, what do you think about this? Does it look safe?
Everything in my being is telling me to urge you against putting that on your arm. But for appearance's sake, perhaps it is necessary. It is your decision.
All right, while people are distracted, see if I can pull this off. I don't know.
As I'll let Tim think, because I'll say what I'm doing. As everyone else is putting theirs on, I am going to pick mine up and bring it down, and I'm gonna be holding it, and I'm gonna do like a little hand motion and mutter as quietly as I can and prestidigitate my ring of one of my rings, my ring of protection, to look black, and I'm gonna twist it so like the little my ring right now like that, and then I'll just kind of try to keep it the ring that they gave me. Like I'll use my own telekinesis if needed to like hold it and like slide it up into my arm.
That's exactly the same strategy I was gonna do. I didn't know how to hide it, but I like the seeing Telperion put it in his lap. I'll do the same. I'll bring mine down and try to prestidigitation my own ring as well.
You have prestidigitation? You just don't usually use that, so I forgot if that was on your list.
Yes, that was my most recent cantrip added.
Okay.
I've never used it before.
How about you, Toby Rama?
That's a great question because I don't have that spell.
Oh wait, no, minor illusion. Sorry, I have minor illusion, so I minor illusion it instead.
Got it. That's fair.
Do I pick up on what they had to do in order to pull
I'm
this
gonna-
off?
Well, I'm about to ask them for a check. I just want to know what you're doing simultaneously.
I'm also saying like out loud, I never expected to be given anything like this, and like, so because I don't want my verbal to be like, because I use minor illusion, which is verbal, because prestidigitate uses material. So yeah,
I will just in my mind make a very deliberate prayer to Killenvor to keep me in his influence and shield me from the forces of undeath and corruption in the world. And I will put it on my right pinky.
Okay.
Final thing, because I'm sensing I see the hesitation from 3 people sitting right next to each other. I have a platinum ring from Toby. I take it out of my pocket and I magically tinker it to look Vanta black. And I am holding it in my hand right now above the table.
Toby Rama, you slip it onto your finger. Telperion and Jiri, I want sleight of hand checks from both of you.
okay.
Such a desire to request something else and then letting it lie.
I'm debating if I'm gonna use what's it called?
Oh, that was so close to an A20.
A 5's pretty bad. I could use inspiration to get out of this, or try. I really don't want to use inspiration.
How are
though.
you looking on inspiration?
I have 2. I just really don't want to use them.
That's true. But I think we've been leaning in a direction of getting out of here without conflict, and I think this is in that vein and potentially worth trying to get.
All right, I'm gonna use one.
That's my opinion.
I'm burning an inspiration on this roll. Let it be stated for the record. 18.
Good shit.
It sucks to burn when I get nothing, you know?
Toby Rama, are your attunement slots currently full?
Yes, they are.
What is the first attuned item that comes to your mind?
Oh, the Cloak of Protection that I used earlier for a saving throw.
Your connection to that item is immediately severed, and you feel an exhaustion wave through your body very quickly. Please look up in the inventory and add Dread Iron Ring X4 and attune yourself to it, as attunement takes place immediately upon the donning of this item.
He gets +2 AC and no other cons.
Let's see. Okay.
You guys ever think about what a nasty little fucker Critter is? Hey, put on this ring, everybody.
Critter,
You have to.
Do I see eyes like so I see everyone putting on their rings. Do I see any extra number of eyes staring across the table at whatever hesitation may have happened? I didn't actually notice any hesitation because their sleight of hand is higher than my passive. So I'm just wondering do I see anything from above?
I think that's going to be a perception check.
Yeah.
11.
With so much commotion at the table, people eagerly putting it on and then suffering the effects that Toby Ramos also suffers, nothing immediately captures your eyes.
I think you meant to say benefiting from the effects of putting it on.
There's some benefits. There's some
There's
benefits.
It's fine.
There's a
It's
benefit.
fine.
I hope you all enjoy them. I offer one final update from the capital. Back home in Daenor, I mentioned before that one of Talon Moira's officers was slain by a Udinil group aiding the United Kin army of wild folk. And though the infiltration was a failure, it provided one great boon. Operating on intel from the Talon herself, the officer recovered an artifact made from Divinor. Many gasps throughout the table. Wait, really? Wait, are you quite certain? I didn't know it actually existed.
Reset the Zoom.
9.
So, as various gasps and murmurs of excited revelation that Divinor was recovered and found, I didn't know it actually existed. Are you quite certain? The Talon says. Indeed.
I do it now.
You do it now.
And the first person I'm going after is the Contessa, and only surface thoughts for the next, or until I say otherwise.
Okay.
But I wanted to hear her reaction to the Divinor news.
What's the range on detect thoughts?
30.
She is 50 feet away from you.
Fuck.
currently.
Okay. Can I pull that back for a minute? Because I would have been sitting there calculating that.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, if you don't think she was close enough to use it on, you don't have to have expended that yet.
Okay.
The Talon continues. Indeed. And moments before her demise, the officer was able to successfully transapparate the item to the Talon. Moira has eagerly begun research at once, and even the Supreme Leader has now left Ostennis to return to the Talon side back home in Daenor. You have heard whispers in your homesteads and keep hallways, but soon we may all have an answer as to whether this war was worth the effort after all. We will keep you posted. But let us focus on the present. Enjoy the rest of your meals this night. Tomorrow morning, first of the new year, my troops will begin with District 3 and move clockwise throughout the city. Let us hope, for all of our sakes, that I find nothing egregiously noteworthy. Then we can discuss outfitting the rest of your best with silver. Until then. And with a nod, cedes the conversation and sits back down, nodding for the flute and lute players to continue their set.
And then the really dramatic instrumentalists stop playing.
He puts down his electric lute and he picks up the acoustic lute.
He looks down, he's like, no more dramatic music. Toby, how you feeling?
Feeling fine. If you think that to me, I'll think back some things.
I think I will check because I'm gonna. But I just did my whole thing, and I was like, I know how I got out of that. Did Jiri, and I'll telepath to Jiri. Jiri, did you put it on?
Oh, definitely not. That ring evil.
And then I'll test Toby. I was like, you're right.
It grants them resistance to weapon damage, slashing, bludgeoning, piercing. It reduces their con by 1, and they have disadvantage attacking other people wearing dread iron stuff, so they don't attack their comrades, I guess. And I'm gonna have to use a spell tomorrow to be able to take this off.
Good to know.
Sir, I'm so sorry. Could you escort me to the restroom very quickly?
The waterfall begins.
You see Commander Gauthier stand from his position and immediately start moving to a knight. And you see quickly quite a few people start to like put their hands to their stomachs and brace themselves on the table.
I do it.
Yeah, this is when I think to tell Piran, make sure Jiri knows to pretend along.
I think Jiri's leading the charge.
I immediately think down to Telperion. Are the rings making people sick?
I shake my head because I'm just like, I feel like there's enough distraction I can shake my head. Oh, I'll do 2 taps.
Contessa May quickly stands up at the sight of many of the dinner attendees beginning to clutch their stomachs and hunch over the table. And she's, what is going on? Sir! And a knight over on this direction hurries over to her and whispers into her ear something. Toby Ram, I'll say, because you can read lips, you do have clear line of sight on this individual. He says, I have just recently been informed by a member of the wait staff that the soup may have been compromised earlier, as there was an infiltration of vermin. You see just fury take Contessa May's appearance, and you see Count Lee sort of begin to doze and slump. Please, escort all of them out of this hall at once. Get them to whatever they need to get to. Chamber pots, bed chambers, as long as it's not in here. And with a sort of urgency, the hall is sort of disrupted with chaos as many individuals, functionally all of these are commoners with no effective real stat blocks. The poison is going to affect their systems. So many of these individuals have been given food poisoning due to your efforts, and quickly the environment starts to clear out as even the lute and flute players are told to scrap that nonsense and find your rooms. And people are quickly starting to leave this chamber. What are you all doing?
Is one of those people that's leaving the Talon?
The Talon seems to, after having sat down after his speech, his posture straightens a bit. And you can see him studying the table as everyone's leaving.
Oh, Thane, let us escort you back to your room.
I need to go to the bathroom first.
I'm gonna stand up and like be kind of feigning like not feeling very well, and offering to help the Thane.
And we'll start escorting Jiri out of the room.
Jiri will like stumble and like make them like kind of carry him to like stall a little bit so that we can see kind of who's leaving, who's left behind, and kind of mentally game plan from here.
So I'm going to quickly start deleting people from the screen.
They die.
It's true.
They die. Ideally.
Rome, you're a murderer.
Rats to their death.
Yes.
Commoners to their death.
Hopefully Balana actually dies.
Soldiers,
He's
the
my
carpet.
target.
I am gonna detect thoughts now.
Get the carpet.
Okay. On.
I'll start surface thoughts. As we get up, I'll do surface thoughts of Nazim.
You hear almost like the most deep disgruntled sigh of unbelievable. And you notice that his head is downward, almost like reading something on his lap.
Don't know what that means. Oh God.
There's a quick shuffling. I'll go ahead and put some music on now that there's just general commotion happening.
As I'm actually gonna, because I'm like acting all servile, I want to take this opportunity, and I want to like kind of like seeing that Toby's going for the Thane. I'm gonna do that too, but I'm gonna like try to help up the ladies who are next to me. And my goal is to strafe within 30 feet because I want to try to mind read the Count Lee.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna like be helping exit them out and then double back in a minute to help Thane out.
Contessa May will start moving with her knight in hurried discussion. You see Count Lee doesn't move from his seat currently, but as you help some of these people leave their seats and get going, I'll say you can functionally get within, just with roughly within distance to tap Count Lee very quickly. Surface thoughts are thought my bloodline would make me more resistant to this. And then you feel an unconsciousness take hold in Count Lee. The one who was given the sleeping poison has fallen asleep. Who do you shift your attention to next?
The guy that's talking to Countess May. I wanted, yeah.
Just general, gods, am I going to be the one fired for this? It's not my fault. Don't shoot the messenger.
I'll hit Contessa May's surface thoughts too.
She says, unbelievable. Moira will never let me hear the end of this if I disappoint Kota. Just rage and fury at an evening gone wrong.
And then I'll head back to the Thane, and I'm going to try to do the surface thoughts of Kota.
Okay. You hit the surface thoughts of Kota, and it feels like a void. No surface thoughts. Purely perception, watching every individual, every move they make. They shuffle past Kota, and he moves to the next person and the next person, almost clearing them for availability to leave.
And I'm gonna cling to him and just keep watching the surface as I like help get the Thane out of here. And I just want to, what I'm waiting to do is hear if he mentally clears the Thane.
The Thane and you both begin to help also grab your stomachs, putting on a performance to deceive that you're sick too. I would like each of you to please roll your choice of performance or deception.
Seeing that they are looking to make their escape, and the Talon's the only one still sitting apart from Count Lee, who's asleep right now.
The Claw of the Court Nazim Dren is just now starting to stand from his sitting position, but he's there too.
I'm going to adjust myself in room, still up in the air, but like catty-cornered in between the Talon and the Claw, but still up in the air above them.
I'm gonna oh yeah.
His first roll that you've seen.
39.
I don't see a roll. Oh.
Thane, Gaspard, Thomas, your attendant, is able to quickly, deceiving himself to be in pain, help you past Kota, and seemingly cleared to leave, he lets you walk past him. So we'll functionally say you and Tobirama have moved past the Thane. Telperion, as you attempt to do the same, the Talon stands up very quickly and moves next to you. Pardon, miss. Just a moment. I wonder if I might ask you a few questions.
Oh, thing.
What are the rest of you doing? Show me your positions here on the map very clearly. Telperion, you're kind of locked into your current position, but
are there still feasibly like some people moving as the Thane and them are moving out? Like there's still at least one or
pretty
two
much
people?
everyone has made it to the threshold of this space or out at this time.
As I see the Thane stand up and move over towards myself, Telperion as myself, I am going to drop the platinum clad as Vanta Black ring, like behind him towards some other civilian that's walking out, in the hopes that it makes a loud clattering noise on the ground.
It absolutely will. You're able to throw a platinum ring that looks Vanta Black off in that direction. And although the Talon's hand is very lightly touching your shoulder, Telperion, you do see his eyes dart over at the sound. And then his eyes narrow at the sound of a clattering ring to the floor.
What can I do for you, Talon?
I admit, I felt the poison hit my bloodstream long ago. Luckily, my body has evolved past the need to resist its compulsion. You wouldn't have anything to do with this effort, would you?
No, sir, certainly no. I don't know anything about what could have happened here. I just got lucky, I guess, because I was too nervous to eat. I'm not used to being around. I'm just a soldier, and then fancy rooms make me nervous. I'm not here to admit my fear in front of you, Talon, but I'm very uncomfortable, and I didn't eat much.
Telperion. A sending message hits your mind. And a voice that maybe you recognize from long ago, but doesn't immediately strike you who it belongs to, says, I sincerely hope you make this count. And with a whistle that emanates from this space, a flash appears behind the Talon, and a large red-plumed quill feather hits the back of the Talon, and his eyes grow heavy, and he collapses to the floor as Nazim is the final one out of the hall. Close the doors! The Talon's fallen! The knights close the door behind this space, and the Contessa, alarmed, what is the meaning of this? Runs forward. What are you all doing?
Whose voice was it? Can I history?
Make an intelligence check.
Yeah.
Jerry has something.
I'm
22.
definitely doing something during this, but go ahead.
22.
22? It sounded like the voice of Magnus, the noon of the queen, and her, forget his official title, but not the king, but the monitor of court and coin.
Yep.
A tiefling individual who you all interacted with a bit at Ostennis. And seemingly right now the Talon has fallen to the ground unconscious, and there is a large red-plumed quill feather sticking out of the back of his neck.
Jerry, you go.
All right, so I was trying to get Thomas to come over to my carpet. So after we had like passed the Talon, I pulled him over and I said, we got to get the carpet, the present. And so once we get over to it, it's a cylinder,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna stick my hand in it to like as if I'm carrying it, but I'm going to summon my sword inside of the carpet so that it is concealed.
Amazing.
I will say that has taken place. If you pulled Thomas, he could have escorted you over there. You both can be over there, and inside the empty portion of this cylinder of the rolled up carpet, your sword is there, held in your hands.
As we initially got up, I would have just quickly grabbed shield over the shoulder with a strap, bow over the shoulder, just so they're on my person. But
okay,
then I'm just
that's
near
fair enough.
Jiri as the Bane.
Fair enough.
I'm like he's like falling asleep on me. Like
he's just collapsing to the ground.
Where's his sword?
In his hand.
Like he drew it?
He had drawn it at the time of I guess it's on him. It's not drawn, but he had drawn it and retrieved it from his attendant when he made his display of the Dread Iron X4 series, and then sheathed it and kept it at his side since then. So he's holding on to his sheath as he falls to the ground.
I take his sword out of its sheath and I start moving away from him.
Thieves! You did this, didn't you? Lock the doors. Don't let them escape. And I'd like to ask us to all roll initiative.
Can we do...
Telperion, you have drawn the Talon's weapon from his sheath. You have not been able to move from that space yet, but that's where your position will be.
I was going to say, can we do another bio break at the top? Because we're at 4 hours.
Yeah, so that's a great question. This is a great point to bring up right
now. Wait, who did that? Go, Tim.
So, great question to raise is, do we want to kick off initiative with a potential battle next time in 2 weeks, or would we prefer to take care of this here and now?
I could do either.
Yeah, we could do either.
I mean, it would be really fun to play this out right now while we're here.
If we can take
haven't had a combat in a while.
Like a 10-minute bio break, I'd be down to get right back into this and play.
Let's do initiative first.
Yep.
Yeah, let's all roll initiative.
So if I'm a spider, is that the spider's initiative, or is it still mine?
It is the spider's initiative for now.
What is that?
I'm gonna add a D8.
It's just a dex check, so a D20 plus their dex modifier is all that initiative is.
Great, mine's 9, not 4.
Okay.
I just added my D8. I'll change it.
I
don't know if I can.
Rome, for your movement's sake, I will say I'm up at the ceiling, so you as a spider could easily get to the ceiling and crawl if you need to, because my initiative was a whopping 5.
Whopping 5.
Mine's an 18.
Yeah, so you could easily get to the ceiling and off of me if you need to move around.
Okay, I just want to take the sword because I was like, when do you ever have an unconscious Talon in front of you who can't, I don't want to wake him up by attacking him yet.
Right. Same thing with Count Lee.
Yeah, so that's why I was like, let me disarm him.
Try and get the Contessa down, then we can make a decision.
Critter, final question before break. Action economy for applying poison to a weapon. I forget.
Should use the same rules as a basic poison.
Okay, that's
action.
Which I think might be an action. I think it might be an action, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. Applying the poison takes an action. Yes.
All right, this is gonna be a long initiative.
No, it's not, because they only have like 2 people. It's fine.
And Telperion's was a 9. Oh, it looks like that added in there correctly.
Break time. Be right back.
Okay.
Critter, I also will have Moby 4 handy at some point, probably during this. So if you have that little snitch icon, just for that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that hummus and the bagel chips were so good.
Holy shit. This fucking initiative. The Contessa as well. That's good. Oh no, the Count. Fuck.
So Nazim was being mean to the Thane because he doesn't like the Thane. Well, no. He's too good undercover. You guys Mission Impossibling that note just changed everything.
Amazing.
I love how the dominoes are falling.
I thought we were really about to get out and not have any conflict and feel good about escaping with 3 Dread Iron Rings.
And then I failed a performance check, and now we're maybe going to kill the Talon because of that failure.
Well,
Fight. That's not a bad result.
No, this is.
Well, and Steve was just saying in the kitchen to me, he's like, probably a good thing that Dispel Magic works because now I can attack.
Or at
contest.
least I wanted to be in front of you in initiative. I figured it's somewhat likely I've got advantage. I was hoping to not spend my first action doing that. A bloody quill is mightier. Oh, the quill is a red quill, a sleeping sword. Very cool.
Shall we?
Yeah, Crest of the Tactician, let's go.
At the beginning of combat, Telperion, what initiative change would you like to make?
No, I don't know. I guess maybe 22.
Snap yourself in front of or right behind Jiri.
I'll go after Jerry. I want to know what he wants to do with this fight.
Okay. But we're not there yet, as it is the Durastian Knight's turn. Quick! To the Talon's aid! Protect him at all costs! And this one will run. And will dash. To be next to the Talon. That is his turn. This Durastian Knight goes next. Will run also next to the Talon and raise a spear in his right arm, aiming right at you, Telperion, ready to throw should you do anything. Jiri, it is your turn.
All right. I will use my free object interaction with my free hand to pull the slip knot, undoing both of the carpets that were tied together.
They unfold.
I will use half my movement to hop on top of the carpet.
You see Shag Stallion begin to animate a bit, receiving your mount.
I will then use my action to cast my Summon Storm Clouds spell, which is the same spell as Shadow of Moyle.
Okay.
When I cast a spell that only targets myself when I am mounted on my summoned steed, the summoned steed also gets Shadow of Moyle casted on him.
Beautiful.
It does. You
The
are
two of us
currently
are
riding.
obscured.
Yes. Shrouded in black flames and smoke that writhe around both of your forms, and that area of the battlefield gets a bit darker. You do have a quick decision to make, I believe. Do you want to be in full control of your mount, or is it in partial control of itself? That will affect initiative and action economy.
If I'm on top of it, I can choose to be fully in control of it, right?
Because not always the case, but with a summoned greater steed, you can choose. If you have full control of it, it acts on your turn, functionally immediately giving its speed to you, and it acts on your turn, but it cannot take its own actions other than dash, disengage, dodge. but it can take those actions on your turn. If it's in control of itself, it takes its own initiative count and can use any of its action economy.
So it can't attack if it's...
If you are in full control using its speed.
it and then
no, for the single reason of that is a nightmare for the DM to manage, of adding it and removing it from initiative all the time, and you get it at its actions sometimes and not other times. You make the choice each time you enter combat on the mount. So basically you benefit from its speed, but you're in full control and you can dash and disengage for free on your turn from its flying speed, or it's in control of itself on its own initiative while you're riding it, but it can attack and do other things.
Talpirian could snap it to you so it doesn't feel as disjointed if you want to let it have its initiative.
That's a amazing point.
I don't
That
know if
will
that's-
solidify my decision to give it its own initiative then.
Okay. It gets its own initiative. Do you want to just roll and I'll add it to the initiative tracker here real quick?
Yes. I'm looking up its initiative right now.
What is he based on?
Just +2. It's a Pegasus.
Ooh.
Looks like a 16.
Yep.
Alrighty.
I was
he's
just about to look
slotted
up
in
if I hop off of it now, does the spell go away that is cast on both of us?
That's a really great question.
Okay.
Nothing in the spell says it. The
Because
spell
you're
they
changing the
cast
target of 1 to 2. So
You basically
when the
twin
spell
the
is...
spell when it starts.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
do think you just twinned it. So no, I think it would stay on the steed.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that. I just want to clarify.
for the future.
For the future. And then I will use my bonus action to make the Contessa the target of my wrath.
Okay. She is marked. Okay. Got it. Telperian's turn.
I'm gonna provoke some opportunity attacks, and strafe away from these bros.
Okay.
Just
One of them will stab at you. The other will throw his held action spear. So 2 attacks.
21 AC.
Okay. First attack from the melee one.
Relevance.
20. I didn't hear what your AC was.
21. So I take this new sword and I just like whoop, whoop, and try to dodge that.
It moves very quickly in your hand. It just feels like it's very lithe. This specific blade having the finesse property. Then the thrown spear. 25 will hit one hand, so it's just the 7. You take 7 piercing damage as that spear is thrown and stabs into you.
I look at it and say, ow, and then I sprint off. As I'm running, I cast bone with my bonus action. Like Telperian's I guess I look ugly right now. Well, like this is like pathetic looking armor, but as I go, my feet start flaming, and by the time I get here, I've bonus actioned my what's it called on?
Boots of Flame.
Boots. Yeah. The stride has been activated, so a d6 of damage at her.
Perfect. You see her smile at your oncoming, says, "Deceivers, delicious."
I love her.
And it will do a d6 of damage to her.
Yeah, 4 fire damage.
You see it lick into her form and singe the outfit she wears. But she just smiles as it barely chars her skin, resistant to fire damage.
Okay. Not immune.
And then I'm gonna swing this new sword into her twice.
Okay. 2 hands on this, I assume.
Yeah. The first one misses.
It is functionally a longsword, and it is a +1 weapon.
I know. I have 14 to hit the first one. No, I'm so sorry. What is the stats on this thing?
Go ahead and add Koda's Wodao.
No way.
I'm sure I'm gonna have to delete it real quick, but thank you. Koda's Wodao. Okay.
It might have a X4 on the end of its name.
It does. So it feels so weird to do this. I don't know what it's. Okay, it's a +1. So yeah, 10. So 14 to hit on the first attack.
You have disadvantage on this attack as she is wearing a dread iron ring.
14
Telperian's not though.
He's not.
Yeah, I'm not.
He's wielding a Vantablack weapon. Another
Cool. So it's the 14 still stands as the lowest.
14 is the lowest. You see her wave her hand, and ice in the air momentarily slows the momentum of your swing as she just steps around it.
Love her.
Cool. I'll swing again. Swinging 2 dice just feels good, even if it's taken with disadvantage.
Where
18.
so
18 to
I
hit.
thought it was the ring
18 to hit.
has disadvantage attacking someone.
I think this sword itself
the
also
sword
has
has it?
disadvantage on
Okay.
people with that thing on.
Dread iron has unique properties that the rings might not divulge everything about. 18 with your least, or was the disadvantage. She will bring her arm back again and hold it out like a shield, and ice will crystallize around her arm, encasing her arm in ice as she casts the shield spell, and will dodge that attack as well.
And then to put I say nice.
Really
And
bad
then,
action to
I'm
come
gonna
back, but-
I'm gonna take the Wodao and put it in my quiver.
Okay.
Yeah. Made you look, and then I'll stand there. No, wait, I have movement. How? Okay, I can move around. I'm gonna keep aggressing her. Actually, well, yeah. I'm gonna step over this way and block her a little bit, and that's my turn.
Okay. Coda, the Talon, sleeps. Contessa May's turn. Oh, I haven't used my magic in so long. And as a bonus action, quickening a spell, she will swirl her arms, and ice encases her whole body, forming jagged spikes on her. And she casts the spell Armor of Agathis as a higher level spell as a bonus action. Then, indulging a moment of curiosity, aims her arm right at you, Telperion, and looks right past you and sends a ray of frost at Count Lee. Which I thought it might roll for me, but it won't.
Does she have disadvantage with dread iron stuff? Attacking a dread iron wielder?
She does not. That is a melee situation due to the innate magnetism of dread iron items. And if I need to put the word melee in there, I can. I totally thought that was in there. I think here we go.
Wait.
Lee.
Wait.
Yes.
I look at her and I go like this. I look at her and I go like this.
You.
And I like move my fingers and I use silvery barbs, and she gets a little telepathic bolt jolt, and I want to roll a disadvantage on that.
Okay, she will roll one more time and take the lower
Who
of the
gets
2.
advantage?
Whoever I say after. Who needs it?
Fool! And you see that her aim was off because of that nudge.
And then I look at my fingers, so I was like, I don't think that was foolish at all. And I'll give Jerry.
I don't know.
I'll give myself advantage on my next attack.
Yeah.
I'm feeling bold and cool after having done that.
She will move away from you, Telperion.
A puncher. No, I use my reaction.
You already used your reaction.
Did use your reaction.
I just want a puncher.
And actually, she's not going to move that way. She's going to start moving across toward her ally over there. That'll be her turn. It is a Durastian Knight's turn. Which one? One of the ones from the entryway will run up.
I see the one on the
Christopher,
right.
Tim, where's Alex?
Alex is right here.
I'm right here.
Oh, she's not in the Zoom. That's why I was wondering.
Oh, did I grab the
Oh,
wrong
not the Zoom.
guy?
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
I
Also,
did grab the wrong guy.
I don't see Rome as in the initiative order. I know she rolled an 18 plus something, I believe.
Thank you.
Yeah, no,
What?
I rolled. It was an 18, so I would be up next if I'm watching.
Okay.
That's
All right. Adding you now. Okay, so it's this knight's turn over on the right. Sorry about that. He will also need to dash to get up close to the person he's trying to protect. Anything they can do bonus action-y? I don't think so. Rome, you are up. Invisible spider, I believe.
Yep. So I'm gonna slither on down my web to the floor and use my bonus action to de-transform.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
And breaking concentration doesn't take an action, correct? So I'm gonna.
Correct. Yeah, to get out of the invisibility.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that you can just choose to end concentration whenever you want.
Excellent. And I'm gonna cast Maelstrom on these three. Well, I mean, like this area. So it'll be a 60 diameter circle, and I want it to encompass the. I guess actually I can do this now. Oop.
Okay. What level spell is Maelstrom?
It is a 5th level spell.
You will hear as you begin casting the spell, Coda's attendant over here, the hells is that creature? And will reach out quickly and attempt to counterspell you. But he has to roll for it. Yes, what you got?
Does he have to see the spell being cast, or does she become invisible upon starting or upon finishing the spell?
Both. As soon as you start casting a spell or
You become
cast a
invisible. Okay.
spell, yeah.
Where
Yes.
where is the spell happening?
Maybe nowhere.
I'm sorry. Where do I see it? Like, where do I see Rome looking to cast it? I was just interested to know.
Up
Toward the
north.
top end of the table.
Yeah. I guess it wasn't showing my circle that I was creating, but it would be a 30-foot circle around, or 30-foot radius circle
But
around those characters.
Not hitting Lee or hitting Lee?
Hitting Lee.
Because he's asleep right now.
I don't know that.
Oh,
He's
he's
not.
asleep right now? Okay, so I guess we don't even need to worry about him. Just those two. These two.
Okay. Real quick, let's resolve whether this counterspell works or not. He has a +6 due to his spellcasting ability modifier. Your spell is a 5th level spell, so DC is 15. He has to hit.
With Arcana.
Not specifically Arcana, just spellcasting ability
Oh.
modifier. No proficiencies allowed. But he will reach out, and Rome, you feel your magic lose emphasis, substance as it leaves your fingertips. The water is evaporated as soon as you conjure it forward.
All right. Did that still use a spell slot?
It did. I know.
Sad.
And I already used
Bonus
my
action. Are you moving any? Well, I guess you moved to the ground.
Yeah, I moved to the ground, so that's it.
Okay. Now we've got this knight down here who will run up. Spellcaster, bring her down! And we'll launch a spear at you, Rome. He has 2 spears, so he will throw 2 spears your way. 1. 19 to hit.
Yeah, 19 hits.
We'll do 9 piercing damage. And the second 18 to hit, which I think will also hit for 5 piercing damage.
Ooh, oh geez.
And you're not actively concentrating on anything, so you're fine there.
Nope.
It is the War Mage's turn. Coda's attendant. And he... is going to... Sorry for the delay. I think he's going to start by using another third level spell slot, running over to the Talon, using his action to cast Dispel Magic on the Talon.
Oof.
I give the ring a spin, and having seen this just cast by this user, and having seen it cast against Toby in the past, I am going to cast Counterspell on the Dispel Magic.
Yes.
Amazing. It will automatically thwart the Dispel Magic.
Oh, baby, this is Mage's Battles now.
I am...
And you become visible, and he heard the verbal component of it, so he will look up and see you appear. Another one of them! That is his turn. Shag Stallion, with Jiri riding on top.
Alright, Shaggy's gonna go over and kick this guy's ass over here.
Show us where. That guy right next to you guys? Okay. What action is Shaggy doing?
He is using his hooves to attack.
Whipping him with tassels.
Yeah, smack, 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 smack.
Perfect. Go ahead, roll definitely advantage since you are obscured and unseen.
It is a d20 plus 6. $18.
Just hits. You see him trying to brace himself with his shield against the battering of this rug, but then one comes out from right under his shield where he wasn't able to defend. Absolutely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Ooh, yay, Shaggy.
Ooh. 14 damage. Got it. Okay. Will that do it for Shaggy?
That is it for Shaggy.
Toby, you're up.
Okay. I've got good there. I am going to cast Silence. And I'm going on a point you choose within range. Does that allow for a movable point? Or is it once the sphere is created, it will
I
stay
think
in
it is a sphere that stays static unless it's worded like the spell light or something that lets you cast it on an object like
a
that.
20-foot radius sphere centered on an object you choose within range.
I think it is a point in space
Yes.
that it originates from.
So then it's a matter of where do I want that? that's decent. But she can just move 30 feet to... I will hold off on that and do something else. Which is to... get up next to Jiri. I will cast Holy Weapon on his sword with a bonus action.
Okay.
And then with my action, get my wings out.
Interesting. Action, get your wings out. I'm going to say you cannot cast Holy Weapon on Jiri's sword. He is fully, heavily obscured from you. You cannot see him. He is a void of black, writhing flame right now.
Oh, okay. So that also changes things.
Sorry.
That is fine. You know, I think this is better. Swap to bonus action the wings and cast Flame Strike, which is a 10-foot cylinder, which would it hit these 4 people if I centered it on that spot?
Potential. Do you have to pick a point?
Yes, I create a cylinder with 10-foot radius.
Yeah, but hang on.
Roars down in a location you specify.
Interesting. The wording on that is super unique. Yeah, absolutely. You think you can hit those 4 people?
I will do that. They make a dex save.
All right. Left to right. That's going to be a fail. That'll be a success, I think.
Does saving throw
in the right
that's different
knight
than their checks?
It is the same as their checks on dex. And then War Mage also needs to make it.
Cool. So 2 of them.
You see this mage reach out trying to thwart your spell, but his magic falters as he has no more 3rd level spell slots.
Cool. So we'll start with 4d6 fire damage. 4d6. 14 fire damage, and then 4d6 radiant damage. For 12.
None of them get to resist that, so a total of 13 to the ones that failed. Saved, yes. Oh yeah, 26. He takes 26. And the War Mage takes 26. See, the War Mage is not looking happy about that attack. The others take 14.
And I
right.
will move. I will fly. I'll probably have to do this. And then, boom. I will get right up in all of their business. And
okay.
That's my turn.
Okay. Is this Darastian Knight's turn? Gods, another one. Kill the casters first. Runs up to you, and you're in the air.
No, on the ground.
Oh, you're in their faces. Okay.
Yeah.
He will run up to you and try and spear you twice.
Disadvantage.
Ooh, why is that?
I have a Dread Iron Ring on.
He does not.
Oh,
the
does
knights
not.
in this
Oh,
area
God.
do not have rings.
Everyone who had those left. Fuck.
But you are able to dodge this
Resist.
attack.
Dodge, yes.
And then
You also
the
have
second
resistance
attack.
against this damage.
Exactly.
That is true as well. He will try and spear you twice, but you are able with your wings to just duck out of the way of both of them.
And object interaction, I would have had my... Oh, is donning a shield like an action?
It is an action,
Okay,
yes.
so that's... I need to make sure I mark that properly. So I'm at 16 AC right now.
All right, where's this knight? The one over there. This one's going to... He'll wait. Sorry, I'm not going to move him. He'll waste a little bit of movement rushing, and then Contessa May will call to him, "No! Wake the Count!" And he will change direction, running over to the Count, and will use his entire action to lean down and shake the Count awake. And that will wake Count Lee, who is able to act when it's his turn. That is the Duracian Knight's turn. It is this knight's turn. Gods, what the hell are you? Looking in fear at Jiri's obscured form. Well, fuck it. Turns away from you and throws a spear at Rome.
Yep.
19 to hit for 8 piercing damage.
Yep.
And then draws his second spear and nervously jumps back away from you, Jiri.
Smack.
Attacking. Okay. And because he's on his separate initiative, Shaggy can attack with an opportunity attack as well.
Ooh.
Both attacks would have advantage.
Yes.
Definitely hits. For damage, is that 19?
19.
19. Perfect.
And then Shaggy.
He was already injured, so that took a meaty hit out of him. He does
Wait,
have
hold
advantage on that since he's obscured as well. He will after getting slashed with yours, he does get his shield up in time to block the hoof attack. And otherwise will run up to Rome and make his second attack with his spear, now melee. 24 hit, rolling pretty well. Another 8 damage to you, Rome. Count, Contessa, can you do something about this magic? Groggily waking up from his slumber. The Count reaches back and summons a fireball into a small mote of flame into his arm, into his hand, and just throws, sending a fireball in the direction of the middle of this black void, not worried about whether it'll hit the Duracian Knight as well. 20-foot radius sphere from the center.
You got this, Jiri.
I want to make sure it's snapping to a corner. It will just miss Rome, but it will hurt the Duracian. But dex save from Shaggy and Jiri, as well as the Knight.
All right, here's Jiri.
Jiri, what kind of damage do you resist today?
Let me find out.
Ooh, Shaggy definitely dodges. But
Hold
Jiri
on a
doesn't
second.
look like he will. Did I roll the?
Single roll.
Oh yeah, I did roll for the Knight.
I think that's electrical damage. I don't recall.
Yeah, I can't quite recall.
Bludgeoning, which is the best of the three.
So 8d6.
Yeah, I think I can't really do anything other than soak this damage.
He rolled so low. Holy
Wow.
Hell
Truly
yeah.
terrible fireball As
He's
it
half asleep.
as it entered the void and was almost snuffed out, the detonation was less vibrant. Jiri, you take 15 damage. Shaggy takes 7, and the Knight takes 7.
Oh.
However, I do need you to do a concentration check.
Yes.
Just minimum 10 DC.
Nice.
You hang on to it.
Phone feature on this.
Take 15 damage.
Nothing to Shaggy.
Then the Count will stumble to his feet, start moving in this direction, and with a bonus action, will vanish. Disappearing in a puff of smoke and cinder, he reappears next to you, Telperion, with a spray of embers. I need you to make a concentration saving throw. Or, I'm sorry, constitution saving throw.
I literally threw my dice. 16. No, I'm sorry. What's 6 plus 7? Fuck.
13.
13. As he arrives here, a cinder step, a ashy, cindery, misty step, embers flare up into your face and scorch your eyes for just a moment, and you are blinded until the end of your next turn.
Right.
Roulette, your turn.
Hi. I don't know how cones work.
The amount of distance is the amount of width at the mouth.
So I need like
I
a
ca-
triangle is what I need.
Yes.
Oh, I have advantage on that, maybe. How does what's it called?
On a
work?
constitution.
Silvery barbs. Is that for attack rolls or any
It's your
roll?
next roll.
It doesn't. I don't know.
I'm gonna look.
at
Sorry,
yeah,
I'll look.
yeah. Go ahead and look at that.
A 15-foot cone is basically 15 feet out and then 15 across at the end, right?
Yes.
Okay. I for whatever reason, like the
Yeah, it looks like someone's highlighting the cone on there. Maybe
Yeah.
that's Toby.
Yeah. that's
wait,
right.
Toby, do it from here.
I'm not blinded. It's ability
you were
check,
able to-
Constitution. It's whatever your next roll essentially is. It's
Okay.
advantage. So he lands and tries to blind me, but I go like this.
Okay, so you re-rolled, and what do you get on the result?
18 plus 7.
Okay, very nice.
Toby,
yeah.
how are you doing that?
So go to measure, change
And
it
then-
from line to cone,
Yeah.
and then you click. And oh, why is yours so skinny?
That's what I'm wondering.
I have cone
Oh.
degree length at 45.
45. That's what I'm trying to figure out is like what the cone degree should be, and I think it's 90.
I don't even think I have that same
But that would be too wide at the
measuring.
end.
Oh, I need 45.
I think 45 is the right one because it's got 15 at the end.
Perfect. Okay, Toby, move yours. Linger. So from there,
Oh.
beautiful. Critter, whenever you are ready.
Yep, ready.
First thing, Moby 4 goes down and unbuckles the latch for Daisy, and the two of them plop down to the table. Just onto the table. I am going to step down and kind of kneel on the table where I am, and I am specifically angling this cone so I do not hit the prone talon on the floor. But oh, that's not right. I need 15 feet. Oh no, it's short. I can't hit all of them.
Could you go one closer? I don't know if you want to, but
No, I'm not going to be able to hit all of them because I'll be too close to the other guys. So I'm going to be aiming for the 5 right-hand guys in this 15-foot cone.
Okay. I think you can pull that off. Yeah, what are you doing?
I am going to just like jumpstart the electric jolt biological shit in my body and down through my hand, through the mark on the back of my hand. I'm going to cast Burning Hands at 2nd level.
Okay.
On
Deck
those,
saves all around.
on those 5 guys, and it is a DC 17 dexterity saving throw.
Okay. 1,
and it's going to be
2,
4.
Dude.
3,
Dude.
4.
Thank you.
The guy on the right fails, and then the battle mage, war mage.
What?
Wow, they all rolled really well. Only
no.
one fails, but they are all scorched to some degree. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Big
14.
yikes.
What about
Guy
your
on the right,
elementals?
guy on the right takes a full 14 fire. The rest of them take 7.
That's action. Bonus action. Alfie's gonna take a swing at
Alfie's gonna do that, or
Daisy is going to pop down here. Oh no, Daisy's gonna take a swing at the guy right in front of her.
Okay.
Oh god,
go ahead
that
and roll your attack.
that hurt to say out loud.
Felt great to remind you of.
Yeah,
Not that you need
fucked.
reminding.
18.
Gets his spear up in time to parry, adding 3 to his AC for that attack. Parries your blow. My good rolls will end here shortly, I'm sure.
I'm still stoked about my silvery barbs working in both
awesome.
of its parts. Like, it really felt good for one of my 2 slots.
Bonus action, movement. I'm gonna stay right there. Shield up. That's my turn.
Okay. Drasty Knight over to the left will join the fray. Running towards Toby Ramen, heaving a spear. Can't get much further than that, or closer than that. Spear, Toby Rama.
Miss.
14 ain't gonna do it. These guys ain't throwing very well. Nothing he can do with his second attack, so he will draw his longsword and continue approaching. This knight as well, in front of you, Toby Rama, will sidestep over the Talon's body. Surround them! And we'll draw a longsword as well, dropping his spear to the ground, and we'll try and strike you twice. Flanking. First attack.
Miss.
That'll miss. Second attack, that's
Hit.
better. One-handed still, since he's still got a shield on, so only 5 slashing
So
damage.
2 damage.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Top hearing. Could I go up top? I want to bless us all.
And bless us, everyone.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
I'll pull Toby to go before me. No, before
It has to go before you.
before me. I can't put him before Tim, I don't think, because I went under
Correct.
Tim. No blessing for Tim.
So you're pulling Toby to be before you. Okay. Got it. It is this knight's turn. Following his comrade's advice, we'll move around to try and enclose in Toby Rama. Draw a longsword, 2 attacks. No advantage this time.
That hits.
16 does hit for 9 or 4 slashing damage.
That
As well as another one for 5.
Okay.
You're not concentrating on anything, are you? Okay. That's his turn. Jiri, you're up.
It's up here on next turn. Can you put Shaggy next to
I
me?
felt bad.
Yeah, I got you.
Because I knew you wanted to have that up there.
Because I am immobile right now, so I will just send 2 blasties at the Contessa.
Okay. You're within 120 feet. Go ahead and roll. You do have advantage because you are obscured. She can't
Nice.
see
Oh,
if
we have
you're
less than
doing
1
these
minute, so why don't
blasts.
we, while you're rolling, Farmer of Athens.
the warning before the zoom dies is a game changer. For my mental state, when it happens and I'm not expecting it, it feels like a gut punch. I don't know why.
I'm with you.
21. 21 will hit. Has she gone since her previous turn? No, she has not. There's just been a lot of initiative changes. That hits. 13 force damage.
Nice.
You see her blasted. Second
One level
blast.
and three blasts.
Oh yeah.
You're at 3 now? That's awesome.
Next level he does, yeah.
Oh.
And a 25 will do the same. Absolutely hit. 11 force damage.
What is her squiggly?
She is currently marked as the focus of Jiri's ire.
And she's marked as my focus, yes. And then I will water bottle blast this guy. Put his fire out.
Quick pop lever, blast of water. Go ahead and he needs to make a save of some kind. Strength.
I think it's a strength. I always forget.
I think you're right.
There, you scroll down your screen. Oh, this is your player things.
Another
It's gonna
DC
be a
is 13.
fail.
Oh, did he failed? Oh my god.
He did fail.
Oh, wait, do you need help? Are you like...
No, I'm fine. I'm literally fine. I'm not worried at all.
You're gonna
Maybe it's
extricate
a
yourself?
risk, but I feel really good about my situation. Because I can go invisible real easy.
4
Bludgeoning damage and knocked prone.
and knocked prone. Hell yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. Now, before I forget.
And
he's
then
not
I'll just be like,
concentrating
Shaggy,
on
come on, we gotta
anything.
go.
She's not concentrating on anything. Got it. Okay. Oh. Also, as a note, Jiri, your blasts on the Contessa destroyed most all of her.
I knew she was
armor.
close.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get rid of.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah, 24.
That was such a good
25.
use of your turn, even though you're immobile. Like, we needed to eat through that.
You see a spray of very dangerous shards fly off her body as that happens, but no one's there to receive the damage. That's your bonus action. Anything else for Jiri?
That's it.
Okay. Toby.
Let's go in line. I think I gotta do some moving for that.
Is it It's a Wonderful Life where it's that God bless us everyone? Can't
Yes.
remember what that's from. Nice.
30 feet there. Because that's what I need, right? 30 feet.
Does anybody need an active reminder that their soul die exists? Because I always forget I have mine, and I'm
Mine's
gonna...
about death
What
saving
the hell does
throws,
mine
so
even
I
do?
haven't run into that yet.
Tim needed a reminder. I needed a reminder too. I just looked it up.
For the mages, Tim, I think it helps you restore spell slots. A combined level worth of spell slots.
Oh, yeah.
So, is there anyone standing over the Talon's body currently?
No,
Is it difficult terrain to walk over a prone person?
it is.
Okay. So, I'm going to move right here.
Okay. Definitely at least one attack of opportunity from this
Sure.
gentleman here. Quick stabby stab. Oh, he's wielding his longsword. So let me, well, that same roll will apply, but let me re-roll damage from the longsword. Okay. It is better.
I will use my
12.
reaction and
Okay.
go invisible, leave an illusory copy behind.
He slices the air and you disappear.
I was like,
the
MP
hell's-
can't be procking this without... Like, there has to be a plan.
At which point, so that was 5 movement. Getting to here would normally be 10, so would that be 15 movement
Correct.
to get to this spot? So that's 20
Correct.
total.
And you see many people about to take an opportunity attack, but they're literally not allowed to target a person they can't see with an opportunity attack.
I will... Yeah, I'll stay right here. And I will cast Bless at a higher level.
Okay. Does that let you target additional targets?
Correct. You bless up to 3 creatures, it'll be more, of your choice within range. There's nothing about sight in the targeting. So I should be able to target Jiri.
Yeah. I would say you have to at least know to target them, but yeah, you know where he is. The sight interruption is not an issue here.
3, 4, 5, 6. No. I'll do 5. I'll just get us 5 with a 3rd level spell slot.
The 5 primary Forsaken Winds are blessed.
Plus 1d4 to attack rolls and saving throws?
Attack rolls and saving throws.
Do we roll the d4 for ourselves?
Whatever you want me to do. I'll roll it every time, just so I'm making sure no one forgets it.
If you're rolling it every time, then I don't want other people to roll it in addition, and there's awkwardness of,
I will
that
roll
one is his or
every
mine.
attack roll and saving throw. I will also.
I like that too, because it's your spell. You're buffing the party. You should get the fun of rolling it for their stuff.
I will also have moved before casting that, if that's okay, another 5 feet.
That is fine. You are, yeah.
I would have.
You
still
become,
been invisible.
you become visible once more after casting the spell for sure.
So that was 25 feet of movement. I'll go up 5 feet flying.
Okay.
And that is my turn. So I don't have any bonus action stuff I can do.
Okay. Telperion.
I use my object interaction and pull my greatsword and say, "This feels better," and I'm going to swing into this prone count twice.
Advantage on the first. Let's do the first.
Yeah.
Plus 2 to your 10.
Okay, so that's like 30.
Absolutely is going to hit. Go ahead and roll damage for this first strike.
Okay. Nah.
He's gonna do some shenanigans.
What?
Save for the second spell.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Roll damage.
A 6 plus 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. I never remember how to attack my sword anymore. I haven't done it lately. So 9 plus 6 is 15 damage.
15 damage. You cut into this creature and you feel a resistance in their internal bloodstream as you're not able to. It has been enhanced through some dark means. Deals half damage, and immediately will use his reaction to Cinder Step, just like he did as a bonus action. And he will appear here, 30 feet.
They got the one.
Does that unprone him?
It should, but I'm just going to generally say teleportiness. Yeah, I mean, I think I've let Telperion get up from prone when he triggers a fly speed, so similarly, teleportation magic should kind of do the same thing. He will arrive upright, and I need Rome, Tobirama, and Daisy to make con saves.
Yeah, I beat 15.
What is it? It's a Constitution save?
Yes, and Rome and Tobirama
Rome
get the
gets
bless.
19.
Daisy does not. Rome succeeds.
Ooh, girl, get plus 6 to that. I shouldn't have said that out loud. Oh, yeah.
28 for
Steel Defender succeeds. And, Steel Defender doesn't get the bless. It is the 5 primary 4 wins.
That's correct.
Doesn't need it.
Doesn't need it. Just wanted to specify. Ooh. Our boy might be blinded.
Our boy.
I got nothing to do to help with that other than a d4, which wouldn't get me there. Okay.
Okay. You are blinded until the end of your next turn.
So back to my turn. I'm gonna use my bonus action to quick toss a sliver out of my thing.
Okay. At who?
Contessa.
She is out of your short range, so you need to move closer if you don't want disadvantage.
I shall.
Okay. Oh, Jordan is still sitting at the table. Sorry, Jordan.
Is my short range 50 or 20?
I think it's 20-60 with a hand axe.
Yeah. Okay. So swinging.
Uh,
25 to hit, plus whatever that is.
5 definitely hits, yeah.
All right, so this is a d6 plus 6.
Roll for Sliver.
Yeah, 7 damage.
So 3 damage. And you see the final remnants of her icy form fall away, and it actually does embed in her shoulder, and she just rips it out.
Beautiful.
So
Wonderful.
perfect. I think I have enough movement I have like 55 movement speed right now. What? I'm gonna stride over. Actually, I'm just gonna do a cool hop, lay next to this guy, kick him in the face, and just do a d6.
Okay.
1 fire damage to him. And then I'll pivot over to May, and I'm going to use my last attack to hit her.
Go ahead and roll your d6 for her as well.
Oh, yeah. 4.
Yeah. So 2. Final attack on her.
25 to hit.
Damn.
27 to hit.
Yes, absolutely hits.
I'm going to use my Psionic Strike on this, and I'm also going to use my Soul Die on this. A d10.
Okay.
Does anybody want... And I'm going to call out Tim in a second. Tim, start thinking about if you want to move somewhere. Wait, I don't know if you can. It doesn't work that way. Maybe I can give it to your beast.
Just snap me. That'll fix every issue that I have right now.
Let me just shout out. You guys have never seen me use this before. Choose one ally that I can see or hear, or it can be heard by me, and you can immediately use up to half your available movement. No action required to reposition itself without provoking opportunity attack. If any of you want that, let me know.
In general,
Rome?
since you are the commander in the sense, I want you in the future to choose that.
I guess I want to just like put it out there as like, just so you guys know this is a thing I can now decide. And it's because sometimes we like can ask each other for certain help. Yeah, I'll prioritize in a second. You know what? After all that, is it okay if I don't use the crest?
Sure.
I'm just gonna use the Psionic Strike.
Okay.
And I'm gonna reroll. Oh, that's okay. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 plus 13 plus 6 is 21. 19. Oh, yeah. So crit, let me explain. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Let me explain.
14 weapon damage. And then 5 force damage.
That helps. Thank you.
Yeah. And then she has to make I'm going to try to knock her prone. So strength save of like 14, I think.
Not particularly
15.
strong. Nat 20. You see it really does knock her down, but she just stands herself back up.
That is my turn.
Coda sleeps, and Contessa May yells to the forces near Coda, "Figure it out! Wake him up! Pull the damn thing from his neck! I'm focused on this one." And it is her turn. And she will reach out to you, and clawed fingers grasp under your throat. You shrugged off my effect so easily earlier, but you are mine. And you don't see her eyes, just the lower half of her jaw. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw against a charm effect.
Yay. Oh, it feels good knowing I got a little 3 to add on to this. That's a 24, baby.
Damn it. Then I suppose I'll see who you really are. Quicken spell. Puts her hand on your chest. Dispel magic.
Is that casting 2 spells in the same turn?
Any magical effect currently on your body is nullified and thwarted.
Is that casting 2 spells?
Your boots
on a
go
turn?
out. What?
Did she?
She did not. Charm is an effect of this creature.
Okay, I was wondering if that was a spell.
Innate ability, not a spell. Any magical effect on your person ends. Boots putter out. The illusion on your form drops. And you are a Mooncrest elf in Mooncrest armor standing here before the Contessa.
Oh?
Bless also drops from your form.
Third
You specifically,
level
not
or
everyone.
on the target ends.
Okay. I didn't know it was all effects. I thought it was one.
I looked that up a long time ago, and I'm also surprised that it's all effects,
If
but
you
it is
target a
strong when you target a creature.
not
Yeah.
the effect, it ends all 3rd level or lower spell effects.
And you can
on
only
the turn.
target effects that are like discrete effects, like a wall of fire, a maelstrom.
Would
You can't like
his-
see invisible like stuff and know to target that unless you have like detect magic up or something.
His
But
boots are a magic item. Are they a spell?
they allow him to cast a spell that affects him.
Okay.
So it's not that they dispelled the
Nice.
boots; they dispelled the active effect on him.
Okay.
Darling, do join me in on the fun with this one. It's proving tricky, and it will be not her turn anymore. Okay, then it will be this Durastian Knight's turn. He will, as instructed, run over to the Talon, grasp the plume
Oh,
sticking out
no.
of his neck, and will pull it out. That's his turn.
He doesn't make
Action to interact. Rome, you are up.
It's gonna give me 1 turn.
Wall of stone and
Ooh,
I'm gonna
fun.
draw a line so that it's there. I'm just having trouble finding it. So
Here?
we-
Or here.
here. Well, wait. Can the wall can be like angled, correct? It doesn't need to just be like a straight line.
I think
It's 10 by
it's
10
tiles.
panels.
Yeah, it's tiles. So some of them
Like-
have to be. You have to make like 10-foot line segments connected to each other.
Okay,
And you get 10 of them.
10.
Which is a lot.
Yeah, I just looked it up. It's 10 by 10. Unless you want 20.
As
But
a
they're-
radius. Yeah.
No, they're like 3-inch ones.
No, I'd say the 10 by 10. So
Okay.
we want. How do you get it to click and drag, Tim?
I usually press Q,
Q.
and then it'll do others. I don't know if they changed that.
So
And how thick are the tiles? Inches or like
6 inches.
6 inches.
Okay. Okay.
Do we want it to cut through like
5, 10,
Between-
15, 20.
thank
Where
you.
you trying to go?
I'm just trying to like split off, but I'm not sure like who I should divide.
That's
out.
20. That'd be 40. That'd be 60.
I mean, why don't you just put the Talon on the south side of the thing too? Because they already pulled the thing out. So if you just like cut off that whole group of them,
Yeah.
So this is a pillar here, but yeah, you could do.
including the count. Sorry.
Including the count
Yeah, because I mean, it's like if you just because he's been
or the talon.
the count and the Talon. Sorry, I should just draw it.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that loosely the segment you want blocking off?
Yeah, essentially. I just want to get all the red away from blue, if possible.
Okay.
Which actually I guess would include the dude that's right next to me as well.
It could if you want, yeah.
Yeah, ideally, yeah. that
If
would be
you
great.
do this, let's see, this is
Because I have 100 feet of like
20.
space to.
That's only like 6 panels too, so you still have like extra if you want to putz
So-
around.
Yeah,
Right.
and then you can extend
and
it
then go
even
down and like
farther this way, and then another one over here. Yeah, really cut them off. No, I do it right here because this is a pillar. They'll have to go around it.
All right. So then it will be. There's so that's 10. This will be another. This is 20.
Okay, I'll delete
30.
mine.
Then 40, 50, 60, 70. We'll do 80, 90. And then we'll just tack on a little bit on either end. That should be 100.
We'll just turn it up so that it's this whole space is cut off.
Sure, yeah. That.
Okay. Roughly segmenting the section off like that.
Oh snap.
Okay. That is your action, Rome. Anything with a bonus?
No.
And it's 10 feet tall. Yeah.
Tim, I need you to know something.
What?
I don't think I can fix your mount problem because I put Toby in front of me, which means now Toby's between me and you.
The way I think
So-
you could do it is put Shaq Stallion in front of you, then on the following turn put Jiri in front of you.
Yeah, but I just want Tim to know this
That's-
turn isn't going to have that solution proven, so I don't want you making your sitting here thinking about your turn with that bad information.
Can you put Toby underneath you, and then put Shag Stallion above you?
It'll take me 2 turns to get that, but I can do it either way. Yeah.
Because you also want Shaq Stallion in front of you.
I
not
can snap
below
myself
you.
before you, and then I can snap the mount underneath me.
I think it's going to take 2 movements.
That'll
regardless.
take 2 movements, but that would actually let you, I think, see your turn as you wish it earlier. That's the fastest I can do it. But anyway, whoever's turn it is
Just
can
leave
go.
me at the top for now, and then we'll figure it out.
Why don't you just think about it until we get to the top?
Huge wall of stone.
Fucking hells. This is why I said take down the casters first. Runs past his allies. Who needs a lift? Drops his weapon, holds out his hands like this, and prepares to help the next person that runs to him. Coming through. Will run up to that individual, and I'll say because he had held his action, we will let this person ascend the wall without having to sacrifice movement to get to that top of the 10 feet. And so he's functionally standing on the wall in time to cast a single something. He does not have any 3rd level spell slots left. That's unfortunate. But he will cast Rhyme's Binding Ice. He summons, the wind starts to whirl around his arm, and he throws it downward, angled toward, I think it'll hit, based on his position, 15-foot cone, 30-foot cone, so that's bigger than I thought. He will hit Toby, Daisy, Roulette. I need you guys to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh, let's just ignore that. I put that wrong. And then I will roll mine.
Nine will fail. 9 will fail.
12 for roulette.
'Cause 12 for roulette. That will still fail. But Daisy shrugs past the effect mostly of the ice. Roulette and Toby Rama, you'll take 14 ice damage. And your movement speed is reduced to 0 as shards of ice cling to your form and freeze to the floor. Daisy takes half the damage, just 7, and is not frozen in place.
Got it.
I dropped bless.
No.
Indeed. Thank you for remembering that. Woo! Roulette, are you concentrating on anything right now?
Winning.
All right,
Uh,
that's it
no,
for that guy's
I-
turn. And I will see if he can stay on the top of this very thin situation here with an acro check. Just gotta beat 10. That's
Oh,
nat 1.
Oh, he's gonna go backwards.
He will fall backwards onto his own teammate here.
Can I say that he coated his foot in ice and he fell backwards?
Yes, absolutely. And
you're
will
probably better at magic than us.
he and his ally will immediately take the falling damage
AKA the count there.
of just 1d6. No, he fell on the knight and then off to the side so that he's not in an occupied space. But they each take 1 point of damage.
Hot.
Shaggy's turn.
All right, who's going before me? A lot of people.
I wish this lady wasn't resistant to my damage.
All right, Shaggy's just gonna fly over to this guy and starts pummeling him.
Okay, go ahead and roll with advantage.
Um,
18 will hit, except for this time he's more ready for that mass of whirling black flame to attack him, and he will use his reaction to parry, blocking that hoof strike.
oh, fuck that guy.
He did the same thing to Daisy. I'm very upset with
Where's
that. man.
your attack roll?
Yeah, it's not popped up at the same time.
Weird.
For Shaggy stuff.
Oh,
No.
It's popping up in the chat. It is saying a message to me from Jiri, so I wonder if it's an accidental whisper.
Oh.
I think it is.
That's
I don't
why I
know
just
how
clicked
you-
it on.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Let me try
Yeah, I
this
think
one.
on D&D Beyond, I think you can change it to never whisper or whatever, but
Oh, it says
That's-
two. Oh no, I wasted a night.
that's
20.
that's
Oh.
a real shame.
Are you fucking kidding me?
How'd you waste a net 20?
But that one
Oh,
also
practice
that one
attacking
also did whisper to me. I don't think anyone else saw that.
Yeah, that didn't
either.
fix it. That's why we were confused about your net 20.
Yeah.
That worked.
Yeah, that.
Oh, well, Pegasus. Okay. Nice.
Alrighty.
Clicking buttons now. I don't know.
It is this Durastian Knight's turn. Then where's the next Durastian Knight? Oh, up there. Okay.
Read it.
This one is going to dash and scale the wall. 10 feet high will waste 20 feet of his movement. Dashing, he will be able to get to the other side. And then we'll flank. Not exactly flank, but get to the side of Roulette. Readying his spear at you, Roulette, but he can't move. He can't attack. He just uses action. Then it is the knight's turn up near the Contessa.
Only one more guy down there.
The knight will run up to Telperion and drop his spear, pull out his longsword, and attack you twice.
Oh, hi, friend.
Strike Uno. 18, not gonna hit, right?
I just step forward a little bit and it just goes behind me, and I'm like, what are you doing? We don't need you here. And then I just like duck. I'm like, I'm having a conversation with your boss.
2 misses. Not much you can do about that. Durasti Knight, the one that had parried your attacks, Jiri. Well, at least I can see one of you blasted casters. Will take his longsword out. 2 attacks on Rome. No flanking miss. So just 2 straight rolls at Rome. First attack, 17 to hit you, Rome. Does that hit?
Yeah.
Alex?
Perfect. 17 and then a 25. So 12 and then 10.
No. I'm just stretching.
And then is Wall of Stone concentration.
It is.
You make
Okay.
2 Constitution saving throws. You just got to beat 10 each time.
Oh!
Made it there.
Oh! Oh!
And made it there. So your Wall of Stone stays intact, but you take 22 total damage from that array of attacks.
I think I'm gonna need like some healing. 'cause
Yeah.
I'm getting pretty low.
It is the Count's turn. Coming, love. He will spend 20 feet of movement scaling the wall. And then will Cinder Step. He can only go 30 feet, though.
I don't need this D20 I just picked up then.
But he does have 10 feet of movement left, as well as an action.
Oh, hi.
Oh, that's not what I expected to see. Illusory magics, then. Let's peel them off the rest of them, shall we? And as he's moving toward his ally, the Contessa, he will turn around and target, I guess, Rome, non-transformed. You never redisguise, so you already look like an Earth Mythaline. So he will target the next creature next to you, Toby Rama, and will dispel magic.
He's got to beat seeming though, right? So it's a 15 DC. He's got to hit.
That's a detect.
No,
he's
seeming.
targeting
not
me.
correct. He's targeting the creature, so the effect automatically takes place. You do still retain your seeming. Damn, strong magics. But the rest of any spell effect, 3rd level or lower, is dispelled from you.
Which I believe is nothing.
It might be nothing. But that is his turn. Roulette, you are up.
2 very quick questions. Before the wall of stone went up, I saw the caster go as if he was going to cast a counterspell earlier against Toby doing something, and he
suspect
stopped.
He's out of that resource.
That's 1. 2, before the wall of stone went up, I saw the quill get removed, but I saw the talons still on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. I am going to bonus action use the Sash of Misty Step to Misty Step essentially here, but I am up in the air at the ceiling.
Okay, so you angular so that you can see the spot you're trying to appear at.
Yep. And I
to get that elevation, not that we have to trig it real quick, but you are substantially in the air.
Yeah,
I'd say 15 or 20 feet up.
Perfect.
Okay.
I reach into my pocket and I have lots of little small baubles and balls, and I take out a small little glass sphere and I look at the Durastian directly here and I say, catch. And I throw a bead of force directly at him.
Bead of force. Okay. Can you read for me what I need to do there?
Bead of force.
Bead of force.
Take the action to throw the bead up to 60 feet, each creature within a 10-foot radius. So that's all.
Functionally, those 6 creatures within that space of the wall.
DC 15 dex save.
From all of them.
Yes.
What if they're prone and also sleeping?
Okay, let's hammer through these. War Mage first. You said dex save?
Dude, unbelievable.
Yes.
That guy on the outskirts of the radius of the spell will just sort of roll enough where he's not captured in it. And then I'm going to do the 4 knights. Bottom left. Fail. Top. Fail. Right above you, the center. Succeed somehow. And fail. The guy that you aimed it at gets his shield up and a detonation of force occurs. He defended himself as this collapsing space of force grabs the 3 knights near him and the Talon, who's still sleeping, automatically fails. These 4 individuals are currently locked in the sphere of force.
A sphere of any creature that failed the save is completely within the air, and completely within the area is trapped in the sphere. Creatures that succeed in the save or are partially within the area are pushed away from the center of the sphere. So
I thought that might be the case. So these guys are going to get pushed a little bit, and you're still in the air, sort of falling as you disappear.
No,
and then
I have a fly speed.
that's right. That's right. You just separate, stay in the air, throw this down, and these 4 are contained in a bubble together.
And
take some force damage.
I take 15 damage, 15 force damage.
5-minute warning on Zoom.
Ooh, that one's looking rough.
The fact that the warlock, the Count and Contessa didn't see that because of the wall is amazing.
Okay.
Creatures within the only breathable air can pass through the sphere's wall. No attack or other effect can. Enclosed creature can use its action to push against the sphere's wall, moving half the speed. The sphere can be picked up, and its magic causes it to weigh only 1 pound, regardless of the weight of the creatures inside.
Is the radius of the sphere still enormous like it was when it appeared, or does it suck down to a certain diameter?
It doesn't say specifically. I would say just make like a rounded box around them is probably what makes the most sense.
Okay. I'm going to say they're sort of pulled toward each other, contained within this.
Perfect. That is, I will stay right where I am.
Do you want the contested list?
You see the Talon's eyes blink open after taking the damage.
Oh shit! I mean,
Dispel it, but
yeah, he's not magic.
We'll cross that bridge.
The true blade.
I actually no, I will. I'm gonna peek over to here, and I will just duck down behind the wall so that the north side of the room cannot see me, but that I can still. I'll go here just so I can still see the caster.
Yes.
Lasts for 1 minute.
Okay. Drastian Knight's turns. Him and him, they're both next to each other. That's convenient. How far up in the air are you?
I'd say now I'm only like 1 space up. So
okay.
Yeah.
She's a caster too. Both of these guys are going to take their turn simultaneously, pulling out their spears, launching spears at you.
I would have moved Rosie or Daisy rather up here, by the way, just for movement. So yeah.
Okay, that's fair. For that guy used 1 spear. 3 spear attacks coming at your way.
Go.
16. 21.
It.
9 piercing damage. And a 22 for another 5. You're not currently concentrating on anything. The beat of force doesn't require concentration.
Nope.
Okay. All right. It's this guy's turn too. It's also the top of the round, so Telperion, you can make an initiative swap.
So, to my understanding, I'm gonna bring. I'll just put myself in front of Jiri. Yeah.
And then next time we put Shaggy in below you. In front of Jiri.
All right.
Yep.
Or is there any way you can get Roulette to go before me? No, I don't think you can.
No. I could pull. No. Sorry.
For this Durastian Knight's turn, Roulette. Breathable air includes sound, I would think. So you just hear, "Let me the hell's out of here!" as he can't do anything as this soldier is locked in that globe. Telperion, your turn.
Yeah, what am I gonna do with my turn? I'm going to still holding my great sword. I'm just gonna swing at the Contessa twice. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll.
17.
She will get her shield back up.
Yeah.
Ice arm acting like a tree trunk that just blocks. You see shards of ice fly off it, but it's very resistant.
I bring down that sword. I kind of glance off, and I'm going to try to stick it in one more time. 25.
That does hit.
Okay. This time I want to do this extra damage because we need to kill.
Are you on the table, Telperion?
No.
Oh, weird. It says you're on the table for me. I want to refresh. Never mind.
I'm gonna give this to Toby. So Toby, if you want to move half your movement speed.
My movement speed is 0 currently.
Oh. Okay.
Which, if you looked at me, you'd see me covered in ice and unable to make use of this probably.
Yeah,
Is
Roulette
Rome, are
was
you
able
frozen?
to teleport out of it, but
Rome
she was
didn't
the
get
other one
didn't get hit
affected.
by it.
Okay, I'll give this to Rome in case Rome you want to. Accepted it all day. Okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna. Well, only if I hit. I'm gonna roll. Oh, I did hit. So stupid. Okay. So I'm gonna roll my 2d6. I'm re-rolling it.
Hold on, I missed what because it got cut off. What were you saying, Telperion? You were gonna give me something. I did not hear what you said.
If you want to, yeah, I'm gonna give you the ability to move half your movement speed right now.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
So 4, 5, 6, 7 plus 7 is I think 14.
I won't be able to help you much, Rome, if you leave my range. So maybe if you want to flank around me, but still be near me. But
Like right here.
Yeah, that'd be great because I'm blinded and can't move right now.
Crit 13 weapon damage.
Okay.
And then I'll do another psionic strike.
Okay.
For Christ, another 5 force damage. And she has to make that save.
Yeah.
And then I will do.
She succeeds again.
I always succeed on these things. And then I'm rolling a d10. I rolled a 2. 2 more damage. And Rome, you get your half movement. Well, that sucked. I'm gonna take out my as my bonus action. I'm just gonna hunker down and I'm gonna try to push this knight away from me by 5 feet with a telekinetic shove. You know what? No, I'm just gonna push the count 5 feet. Sorry, 5 feet away.
Okay. You will get pushed.
Okay. And then with my object interaction, I'm gonna pull out my staff from my the staff defense from the quiver.
Okay.
And I'll vibe.
Jiri, you're up.
Roulette, how healthy are you? I don't know if I can see you. I probably wouldn't be able to ask this.
You can't, but you saw when last you saw me, I had not taken much damage. I've been hit like twice, so I'm not worse for wear. I'm at like 80-85%.
I don't know if I want to hit you with this or not.
Is it elemental?
It is mental. Staticky. I'm thinking about casting Synaptic Static right here, but
You do know that you would know that I'm an intelligence-based character, so that I'm strong against.
She has a strong mind.
I have a strong mind.
And she can
see what happens.
And...
Also, oh nope, you can't see it because you wouldn't have seen it. Never mind.
I will, since I'm on Shaggy, I'm gonna try to get to the top using my movement to the top of the wall so I can see.
I think you can do that. It'll just cost you
just gonna peek up
10 total feet of movement to get to the top.
Just to peek over, and I will cast Synaptic Static. Oh, I just had that area.
I don't know if this impacts what you're doing, but if you do that, you will see that there's a force wall protecting those 4 people in the corner.
I don't think that should matter.
I don't know if it'll matter, right?
Targeting their mental.
Nothing can pass through that wall.
But can psychic energy pass through that wall?
We'll see.
Can I yell something?
I don't like the sound of that.
I'm gonna yell, "Can I get help over here?" Because I'm just with the Count and Contessa themselves together. In case you're thinking of doing something different.
Can I see them mentally? Like, can I see them so I can like?
I'll even say this because I specifically wrote this down like 2 sessions ago in like planning stuff. I would have brought up the beat of force and I would have reiterated that nothing can pass through that wall. No magic. Nothing.
Right.
Can pass through
No
there.
attack or other effect can pass through it. Only breathable air.
Got it. All right. So I peek over and then I hop down and I'm gonna turn around and I can't get to Telperion just yet, but I will send 2 blasts of Eldritch Blast at the Contessa.
Okay. Go ahead and roll both with advantage still.
I just want one of these people to go down before the talent gets free.
18.
27. 18 does not hit as it glances off her shield ice encased arm, but she blocks that one to the side, and the second one blasts her directly in the chest.
Oh,
How's she
man.
looking good?
After this damage, 20 damage, 20 force damage. Damn.
Holy shit.
Is that
Yeah, that's why
right?
I'm wondering if I should do anything to modify that attack so that because that's a
You
10.
rolled a 10 plus your 6 plus your 4. Yeah, it's just wow. Yeah, D10. Yeah. Damn.
Anything that I can do to besides inspiration. Could I use my bardic inspiration on that one?
On the 18?
Yes.
Yeah, you can use that. It will expend it. Just make sure
Okay.
to. This is your Mecco.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You get that once per day. That will
21.
just do it. She pulls her arm up and it blasts through and hurts her arm as she looks down in horror as the second one hits her. An additional 20 damage.
I'm not the only one that's tricky around here.
Oh my god, I thought he was saying that does it for her health.
And then I will
No,
try
but
to
she
hit.
does look worse for wear after having taken that second hit.
I'll try to hit the count again with my water bottle.
Oh my god,
Okay.
I love this guy having to sleep and like he's just like had the word he's been sleeping. He's been
Also,
Go
I
ahead
do,
and roll your D4.
I do love that like the average strength save between the husband and wife, the wife is double.
she plus one.
No, she's
Three.
+1. As in like she's
You'll-
just rolling higher.
Oh
You'll
yeah.
take 1 damage.
She's been resisting your psychic force, and he's
Still,
getting
he
up
is
to
bludgeoning.
water.
I love the difference in the two of
Yes,
their
he is
combat so
prone.
far. And then he threw the limpest fireball we've ever seen.
Dude, that was unreal. That was like 6 ones.
Yeah.
That was wild,
6 ones,
truly.
a 4 and a 5.
Yeah. Alright.
Jiri, that it for you?
That's it.
All right, Toby Rama, you're up. Blind,
Okay.
ice rooted to the ground right now.
That is all right for right now. I will lay my hand on Rome and imbue her with 14 healing. And then I will follow that up by casting Sanctuary on Rome.
Very nice.
I need to start using more of my first level spells.
It is the Talon's turn. Awake. Looks around this strange, transparent bead. Seemingly not a sense of alert urgency in his mind. Instinctively reaches for a weapon that isn't there. You see that the others around the town recognize him waking up. And he points to the mage. And then points to Roulette up in the air. That's his turn. Contessa May. Sorry, darling. I need to borrow a bit of your strength. Leans in and does the same kiss that she did to the person out on the balcony to this knight. The knight recoils and then just goes limp almost, but he's able to hold himself alive. But he takes a substantial amount of damage. And the Contessa wipes her lips, and you see bits and scraps of her skin through the battered bit of cloth start to heal themselves. What to do with you? What to do with you?
Did you want more soup? Sit down, you could eat it.
No, you'll fetch something else for me. And for a third time, will quicken a spell and cast Charm Monster.
Ugh.
a higher level spell, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. It is a charm effect.
I get so nervous when you say that. Evan. Wait.
I feel that's
Wait. I already used an inspiration day. I'm not using another. Silvery barbs is only if something's missed, right? It doesn't work the opposite way. I don't think I have any recourse here. You choose. Oh yeah, no, it's for a lower roll. Yeah, what happens?
You want to use my point?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
you feel that same sense of like longing to be with her that you felt earlier at the dinner, and she redirects your attention toward that one, pointing to Rome. See if you can't chop down that timbrous witch.
Gross.
And that will be her turn.
Is the draining kissing a bonus action?
It is an action.
And
Then she quickened her action.
Oh.
But she's running out of spells or sorcery points to do that. Durasty Knight trapped in a bubble. Rome, you're up.
Okay, so I'm gonna cast. So I'm already concentrating, so I don't have a ton of options. So I'm going to attempt to protect myself from additional melee damage by casting Fire Shield on myself.
Okay.
So all that's really gonna do is as a reaction, I guess, to any melee damage, and that'll be the fire one, so they'll take fire damage. And then I'm gonna cast a bonus action on myself at Healing Word at 4th level.
Okay. You're welcome to do so.
Get some points back.
Damn. Good rolls. Pretty good rolls, I guess. Average-ish, but yeah, nice work.
All right, that's my turn.
Okay. Durasty Knight trapped in a bubble. It is this guy's turn. The battle mage, war mage, whatever his thing is. Thinking of a rule interaction here. But I think he's going to do it. At the town's suggestion, he's going to walk upward toward Roulette, where Roulette's up in the air, and he is going to cast another 2nd level Rhymes Binding Ice. Roulette, I need you to make a con save. As a 30-foot cone of torrential blizzard wind rushes past you and clings to your armor.
Add.
Hold on one moment. I am going to expend my soul die because I am resisting elemental damage, so I get to add a d6.
You do.
Lovely.
Numbers be numbers.
Would I know if a 14 would save?
Make an Arcana check against his DC. If you beat his DC, you will know. Yes, you understand that a 14 should do it.
Oh.
I will expend the flash of genius to heat up my dragon crest shield, inherently hot, to melt the ice coming at me.
Very well. You will take half of the damage, and the ice does not cling to you in a way that would reduce a flying creature's speed to 0 and therefore bring you to the ground. That was his intent, but it was a failure. You will take only 9 ice damage. And you're not concentrating on anything still?
Still no.
Okay. Shaggy, your turn. We are closing in on the 6-hour mark.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
gonna be my limit.
Yeah, I think it's going to be my cutoff as well. So I guess we can pick it up back here.
Shaggy goes first. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome to take Shaggy's turn now, and then we can bail, or we can come back and Shaggy's the first to move.
Doesn't matter to me. Why don't we do Shaggy because it's a bunch of Durastians next.
Okay.
And I'll be quick because he's just gonna hoof attack.
That's a hit on this guy. How much damage? 11 bludgeoning. This guy is heavily bloodied. He's been beaten around quite a bit. That it for Shaggy?
And we're gonna fly over to help Telperion.
Okay. Perfect. Then that is where we'll pick it back up.